Why is this broken yet again? Why does this always break? Because, like, this should grab this, right? No. This just stops working sometimes randomly. That's so frustrating. VB audio cable. So this should be... Oh, I need to make sure that this is... I need to grab a new link because I fucking... Man, I need to fix that. Just to see what you'd find. It's malnevolence. It sure is, man. It is malnevolence. It is, in fact, me, Mr. Malevolence Nev. Malnevolence. Guys, get it? Okay, can somebody explain why this fucking keeps happening? This is so frustrating. Why does this break, and then I need to remove it, and then I need to add it again, because it keeps fucking breaking? This is so frustrating, no? Why does this do this? Application audio. You know what? I'm going to do this one instead. This one worked when I used it before, and I never had this issue where it just breaks. What? Hold on. Give me a second. It's here. That's where this is. So I guess I'm just going to, really quickly, I need to grab the filters off of it. There's no filters on it. Okay, cool. Remove this. Just kill it. And then add this back. Hello, MLAD. Grab this. I don't want that. Hold on. It also doesn't work. God, wonderful. Audio input capture. Okay, what about this? Does this work? This does work. Okay, cool. Awesome. And I can lower my volume a shit ton. I have no idea what a good volume is for my music now, and relying on chat has always been a bad idea, because you guys always seem to fucking get it wrong. Which means I might just have to listen to double, or just kind of go based on vibes where the music should be. I think I'm just gonna go on vibes, and if it's shit, then it's shit. Why is the Mr. Streamer using the flamethrower? Well, you see, there was this really funny thing that happened to the Discord server, and I low-key... why does this keep happening? That's garbage. I got low-key rage-baited, but not like super rage-baited. But this guy was like freaking the fuck out over the Ignis Wraith with Elec procs. Basically, he was just either unaware or just didn't understand what was happening with Elec procs. I'm gonna show it to you guys and explain it and break it down. But this guy was very confident that he understood like some secret, forbidden, illegal electric tech. And he didn't. And I was so perplexed by this that I was like, I'm gonna grab this weapon just to see what the fuck this guy's talking about and make sure that he's not crazy. You know, like maybe he's fucking right. Maybe he's onto something. Maybe he knows the fucking secrets of the universe, and actually I'm a fool for making fun of this guy. Because here's the thing, chat. You know, you think you know everything in this game. You think you know something, and then somebody says something that's like kind of schizo, and you're like, well, fuck, I don't know, dude. This game is insane. Everything changes all the time, right? Who knows? And so because everything changes all the time and there's no way to know, I was like, screw it. I will grab the Ignis, a weapon that I never use because this weapon is dookie fart. And I will just take a look at its behavior and I will just see for myself what's going on. And basically the discovery, which I'm going to put in quotation marks, the discovery that this guy made was really simple, which is that if you get a lot of elec procs, they scale basically exponentially with the number of enemies that are in range and also the number of enemies that are being hit by the elec procs. So let me just give you a really quick example. This area is nice because you can group enemies off into little sections here. So if I shoot the shit out of this guy with the elec extra hit from sight, and I get a bunch of elec procs, you can see that all of these guys get hit in a pretty big radius. This weapon has a pretty massive AoE. But the big thing to note is that these two guys died mostly because the damage from this guy and the damage from this guy, because I was hitting both of them, it bounces between each other, right? So all of these guys in the radius get hit, but they specifically get hit more by those two guys for getting electrocuted, and those guys hit each other as well as hitting themselves. So I think to demonstrate this, what I'll actually do is I really quickly will just summon like 2 enemies to make it a little bit easier to showcase what I'm talking about. We'll grab 2 enemies. Ignis Tech. Yeah, Tech is a really generous word for what this is. So basically, if I hit this guy, you'll see that basically there's 2 procs on this guy, and this guy's getting hit twice, right? If I hit both of these guys instead, these guys will basically hit each other as well as they suffer from the main DOT, which causes a lot more numbers, right? Now, obviously, I'm getting corrosive and a bunch of other shit going on in here, but that's the gist of it, right? If I hit both of these guys, basically, this guy's getting hit once, and he's getting hit by the DOT. This guy's getting hit once, and he's getting hit by his own DOT. And this scales with the number of enemies that are in range. So if you hit 3 enemies, then all 3 enemies will hit each other and themselves with the DOT, right? So you can think of it like the number of damage instances is basically raised to the power of enemies you're hitting with elec. The guy who was schizoing the fuck out and like losing his mind just basically didn't understand how electric worked that way. So when he has a group of enemies that are all bundled up super tight together, and all these enemies are super close on top of each other, like this, when you hit them with the Ignis, all the electric basically does a shit ton of damage because they're all hitting each other, right? And you can see as a single target weapon, this thing is not bad. It's just fairly mid. Now, something that I was interested in, because I was like, well, fuck it. If I wanted to break the Ignis, like actually break it, what would I do to make it super broken, right? Because this is fine. I mean, this isn't great, but it's you know, it works. It exists. And the way I decided I wanted to break it is, well, basically Citrine's 4th ability. Now, the thing about Citrine's 4 is that this weapon buff, this crit chance buff here, is kind of misleading, because it's only 300% crit chance. And you might say, only 300%? That's forced red crits. There are certain weapons that can't even get yellow crits. This is a buff. Not really. And the reason this isn't a buff is because of the headshot multiplier, and specifically the head crit multiplier. So if you get a head crit, there's an additional 2x multiplier that is applied to your crit, as well as the base headshot multiplier and the crit damage multiplier. So a headshot critical hit takes... It gets like fucking ooga booga multipliers. It gets super big numbers, right? Because it gets an extra 2x multiplier. Crystallize, which is Citrine's crystal ability, does not count as a headshot. Therefore, it doesn't get the head crit bonus, which means that on most weapons, pretty much every weapon, if you're shooting Citrine's crystal, it's literally worth less damage than getting a yellow crit that's also a head crit, despite getting a red crit. Everybody goons over the red numbers without realizing that this 4th ability is actually a massive cut to your DPS, especially if you can get headshots. Now, this doesn't matter for weapons that can't get the headshot multiplier bonus, because they are also ineligible for the head crit bonus. There's only a couple weapons that can't get the headshot multiplier bonus, and that is every AoE weapon ever. So something like the Tsar, the explosions from the Tsar can't get it. The explosions from basically blast procs, elect procs, gas procs, nothing DOT related can get this head crit bonus. Well, it can, but it doesn't double dip it, right? None of the AoE stuff can double dip it. There is, however, an exception. Or I should say there isn't an exception to this. There's, instead, a spectacular weapon here called the Ignis Wraith, in which this weapon functions like a constant explosion. This weapon, despite being a beam weapon, and despite having some beam properties, in fact, it's basically just a beam weapon with like an extra thing around it, this weapon is completely ineligible to get headshots, and because of that, is completely ineligible to get the head crit bonus. So because it's ineligible to get the head crit bonus, this also means that it is basically not nerfed by Citrine's 4th ability. Now, one major thing you'll notice here is that I don't have an ability to get elect procs, which is like the whole premise of the build here. And you can get elect procs with Citrine's thing here, but it's not the same thing as getting like weapon elect procs, right? That's not what we're looking for. That is just not, this is fine performance and it does certain things, but this is far from spectacular. And if you wanted to force elect procs, you could try building it in modding and do a bunch of mod shit, and it works. It exists. It's the thing you can do. Or you can just use Volt Shock Trooper. And using Volt Shock Trooper in conjunction with this 4th ability here makes Citrine suddenly really good with this Ignis here. And these procs are pretty solid, and this does a pretty decent job clearing. Now, this build is not perfect, and there are issues with it. Also, this radio is fucking awful. There's one song here that I like. Fuck this entire radio station. That radio sucked. Back to this. There is a problem with this, and the major problem is that I don't have the room in the build to squeeze in this recrystallize augment. The recrystallize augment allows you to basically chain the 4th ability and have it be on for a longer period of time. In exchange, it doesn't crowd control the enemies anymore. But what it does do is it basically continuously re-triggers and it re-spreads, and it makes it a very nice ability. I don't really have the room to squeeze it in. I could throw it over the strength for this build, because realistically you don't need a lot of strength. Something like this. And it's not awful. Especially because with enough, casting speed going on, this is basically just active. So whenever this re-triggers and it re-spreads to these guys, and I get more crystals on these guys, it's fairly solid. But the other major issue here is that we really don't have a way to group these enemies up on Citrine. And, as much as I like Operator and Vazarin and whatnot, all this good stuff, a major issue is that Vazarin ragdolls enemies, and ragdolling enemies is really inconvenient because it just basically completely disables her 4th ability. Citrine's 4 is a genuinely bad ability with a lot of problems and flaws. To counter that, grouping secondary. And with just a grouping secondary and Shock Trooper, you get decent results on the Ignis. You get some good Ignis goodies here. This is pretty decent. Because you're grouping enemies, which is nice. But then you combo everything and you do the whole thing, and you basically have kind of that similar result that we would like to see. And there's an electric in there for 900,000 damage for a couple of seconds of shooting. An Ignis Wraith of all weapons, which is by no means a spectacular weapon. It is just one of the weapons of all time. It's fairly solid. What's the grouping secondary? The schizoid, the Cyotid. Is this a Nev stream? No, actually, it's a Nev video that I'm making live. This will be a video later. You will be quizzed at the end of this real video. I'm lying to you. This is a live stream. The schizoid, yeah, the Cyotid. Or the Cytoid, or whatever the fuck it's called. I think it's Cyotid, right? Yeah, Cyotid. Schizoid. Who's Nev? Oh, that's real. That's a big thinker. Magus Anomaly. Magus Anomaly is also fine, but it doesn't continuously pull enemies, so it's I was wondering on, like, if there's an arcane that I can put that, like, gives me any form of value for this grouping utility thing. Because, like, I could just run Fortifier, and then I have, like, some utility here. Because this weapon doesn't have, like, guaranteed encumber synergy on account of not having 100% status. Now, it's fairly close, but... Never get why people like the Ignis Ray. To me, this weapon's very weak. What's so special about it? Literally nothing. This weapon is incredibly weak. However, if you are a casual or a low-level player playing in base Steel Path, this weapon is awesome. In base Steel Path, the 35 base damage does not matter to you, because this weapon has a fairly high crit damage and status chance, and just any crit buffer frame, or just any frame that increases, like, you know, your overall weapon handling, because this weapon has pretty bad weapon handling, all things considered. Any weapons platform, any buffing frame, Saren, for example, this is going to be nuts. Now, again, there's major advantages and disadvantages to the Ignis Wraith. One of the major advantages is that you can just hold this left click and just bullet jump around, which, as a casual player, you'll be mowing down fields like this, because if we think about it really quick, let's set these guys to level 30 with no Steel Path modifier. And these enemies don't exist in that territory, so we're just gonna grab like a regular Grineer battle group here. And if I just hold left click and just point at this, the room dies, right? For a level 30 player, this is very impressive stuff, and they don't even need like a fully completed cohesive build. This just mows, right? So you kind of have to think of, like, the Ignis Wraith is like really popular in that super low level category of players who are playing in literal base path and not Steel Path. Yeah, it's like an MR8 weapon. Now, I happen to have a God Roll Riven for the Ignis. The problem is, the Ignis is a shit weapon with no disposition on it, which is disgusting when you consider Incarnate weapons exist, and Incarnate weapons all have, like, a maxed out Riven dispo. There's no reason for this Riven to be so bad. This Riven should be fucking disgusting. This weapon, with its 35 base damage and 17 base crit chance, is horrendous. I genuinely am of the opinion that all Rivens, like right now, every single Riven needs to be standardized, and every Riven disposition should just be standardized to 1.0. I have another Ignis Riven. That's so fire. Get it? It's fire because it's heat. Anyways. Yeah, I'm of the opinion. By the way, if you're like a casual player, a build like this is major overkill for you. You do not need something like this Prime Bane of Grineer, especially if you're weapon buffing. The reason we have this on is just because we're using a Citrine synergy. We've got elemental DOTs going on and yada yada yada. For a casual player, running a build that looks like this is major overkill. If you wanted something similar in value, funny enough, don't run this. Don't run multi-shot, excuse me, because multi-shot doesn't work on the AoE portion of the beam, only the direct hit from the beam, which you're never going to be using this weapon for. You want the massive blast radius off of this thing. It's like a 3-meter blast radius. This weapon benefits from this immensely as a beam weapon. You would instead want something that's either utility or quality of life. Something like beam range is really good. So beam range is very valuable. You would probably rot, something like this instead. Maybe reorganize these a little bit, but I mean, neither here nor there. Beam range is also one of these polarities, so you could put this here, and you have enough space to do, I mean, fucking just about anything. I'd probably go for either magazine or maximum ammo would be really nice, because this weapon has pretty low maximum ammo, so some kind of, something for magazine capacity. Maybe one more Forma in it, maybe a Forma for this polarity, so you can afford those extra quality of life mods, but we don't need those around these parts because we have... we care about the damage as non-casual players. I say that as if fucking damage even matters in the current year, dude. Damage doesn't matter. You probably honestly don't even need this, realistically. Society, when DE does community balance patches like they did with Conclave. Disabling Rivens for Incarnates is diabolical, and I love it. Disable Rivens for duviri Incarnates. Just disable Rivens for Incarnates, period. Every Incarnate form should not have access to Rivens. Not even like it's not even like a debatable point. It's not even like a, oh, no. It's just not debatable. Also, something worth noting, because galvanized aptitude doesn't work on AoE weapons, which I'm sure there's a lot of people who don't know this. AoE is not affected by this, only direct hits. This is also not worth putting on your Ignis Wraith, which is why we have Serration instead. Serration is actually one of our lower multipliers, and we could get away with putting more Serration instead of something like Strength here. I'm going to rename this so I don't forget what the point of this is. Ignis Zap build. That way I don't forget. Disable or 0.5 dispo? Dude, disable or 0.1 dispo. I mean, literally, Rivens need to be completely fucking disabled for Incarnate mode. It's so stupid. It is so bad. All Incarnate weapons need to have a fucking a literal 0% dispo. It's just disgusting. There's just no reason. There's just no justification you could give me. There's nothing you could say to me that would make me think, oh, that totally justifies Incarnate weapons having their Riven disposition. There's just nothing. 150 base status chance Strun. Dude, look at this stupid shit. Okay. Like, if you look at the base crit on the Torrid, right? The base crit on the Torrid is like 49%. Hold on. This is literally an auto-install build. I don't care if I kill this because I can literally press auto-install. This weapon, 49% base crit chance, 39% base status, 102 base damage. This thing does have a base multi-shot multiplier if you use the evolution for it. It has a fire rate of 8. Like, what are we fucking doing here? What are we doing here? This is an insane weapon. Why does this have access to a Riven disposition of fucking, what is this, like 1.25, 1.3? This is disgusting. There's no universe where this weapon should have a disposition at all. This should not be eligible for Rivens. Look at this one mod and look at what it does to my crit chance and crit damage. Look at this. Are you fucking kidding me? This is disgusting. This is one singular mod with a fucking auto-install build. That's not auto-install. With the fucking auto-install build, this thing gets 200% crit chance and 12x multiplier and 2000 base damage. Also no headshot requirement. Like, are we fucking for real right now? Any of these arcanes would fucking break this weapon. This is a shit build, by the way. We're running gas magnetic here. This is an awful fucking build, and it just doesn't matter. Any content, like any content. You know what? Here. Any fucking content, right? Literally any content. Steel Path. Any fucking content. Steel Path level 200. Gone. Done. Done. Fucking evaporated. Deleted. This is an auto-install build, man. I didn't even prime them. I didn't use any buffing. I didn't use any fucking abilities. I didn't use anything. Let's use some fucking priming and see what happens. Oh, all gone. Gone. I pressed 2 fucking buttons. You could leave it like this and you won't feel it till you reach like level 1000. You can take this to level cap. Ask how I know. I've done it. This is level cap viable. 110%. No contest, level cap viable. 110%. And this is a piece of shit build. This is awful. And guess what? Level cap viable. No fucking question. Not even close. Not even fucking close. I mean, it's just a fucking joke, dude. Citrine can drag this to cap. Dude, I could unironically probably take this Citrine and this Torrid and very easily level cap. Now, how much of that is merit on Citrine? How much is on that Torrid? It's about 50-50, I would say, because Citrine's a really strong weapons platform. But, like, my point stands, you know? Like, it's just fucking ridiculous. I mean, it's just obscene. One thing I was interested in screwing around with is I want to do something with the Shadow. I'm kind of thinking of Sight. Because this thing has, like, really, really like interesting kind of dun here, but I don't really like how much MS am I gonna get out of that? Not a whole lot, so I don't think I'd run the MS because I don't want to put I can't put energy on him, right? Is it max? Yeah, energy max is the word. There's only one other mod, which is this one, which doesn't hit 6-7, doesn't even give us that much. I don't even know what mod fucking went here. Probably a power strength mod, right? Probably that, if I had to guess. Probably, maybe even this one, actually, if I don't know. I don't know what went there. I genuinely don't know. Probably range. What's a range mod? No, not that polarity. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter what polarity, because... What is this build? I have a lot of sight builds for motherfucker who doesn't use sight. This is probably an... What is this build? Not a neutralizer build, are you? I don't know what you are. One of these is a Sobek build. This one. This is my Sobek build. I need to rename this. He is for Sobek. What is this build? This is Shock Trooper. This is my generic gun buffer build. There's actually also a Sobek build, funny enough. D is for Dobek. What's this build? Probably a regular neutralizer build with a lot of range. Dude, I have so many fucking stat spreads on this guy. I don't know what's what anymore. This is probably my neutralizer build, actually, if I had to guess. We have Aegis. What is happening? This isn't melee sight build. What the fuck? Efficiency mod. Has to be something spammy if Nexus and Streamline? Yeah, it must be like a... Oh! You know what this is? I know what this is. I know exactly what this is. This is a motherfucking, this is a neutralized build. This is 100% a neutralized build. Yeah, I know what this is. Did they ever fix neutralize, not giving the sharpshooter energy like it's supposed to? We were having issues with that on stream earlier. Where it just, like, wasn't giving energy. It sometimes gives energy. That seems to be consistently going up. But I think if I do this extra hit, I'm cooked, right? Oh, maybe. No, it seems like they fixed it. That's nice. We were having issues with that, where we just couldn't generate energy. Very cool. Good old Cyto 9, man. Just does Cyto 9 things, doesn't he? Very balanced Warframe. Nothing like wall hacks and perma invis and infinite ammo and infinite energy. Nothing like a good balanced Cyto 9 for breakfast. Disgusting Warframe. Let's see what this is like. Ah, interesting. Cyto 9 cannot give himself energy on this weapon. Ammo. Doesn't really seem to matter. He does a pretty obscene amount of damage. Out of curiosity, how does this work when shooting through walls? Let's see. It does not. Interesting. Well, there you go. How does that sniper mod interact with Paragale? Very good. Haven't played Kome in a while. Played her yesterday. I remember you had the setup saved. It's so good. Dude, Kome's so good. But yeah, I want something for the Shadoo. And... I don't know, man. Imagine if Mesa regulators would aim through walls with Sight 1. Saren for Shadoo. That makes a lot of sense. But if Saren, why not Kome? Maybe that's what I do. Maybe I do a Kome Saren, hey? Have I thought of this before? I do not have a color config for it, which means I have not thought of this before. Kome Shadoo... I have no Bane mod. That's right, I was experimenting the difference between Acuity and Chamber. I'd have both of them. That's right. I don't need this. Or maybe I don't know, what do I put here then? Fire rate? This thing has such a... I don't need a fire rate if I'm playing Kome, right? And I don't need serration damage if I'm playing Kome. So just magazine? I don't need magazine if I'm playing Kome. I do need a status. So let's give it Elec. Question mark. Elec? Maybe? Elec is a status. It is one of those status thingies you can put on. You can in fact use electricity damage. And it will do things. I could give it... What does she get? Headshots do toxin. Homing heat. So I just need Elec and cold. But she doesn't start with those, so probably heat for... How... What? How does... Wait. This has blast. Why does this go to magnetic and heat? Ah, I have cold. Aha, I see. Right, interesting. Ah, that's right, because this is a heat Elec weapon, which gives you blast and magnet. Yeah, I remember that now. I remember actively choosing to do that. Fascinating. Banshee seems obvious. Well, duh, obviously. Banshee is what I had with it before. I mean, it kind of sounds silly, but is there not value in just getting additional multi-shot? Because there is no multi-shot buff from Kome. That's kind of the only thing she doesn't give, and you get hella MS from this, this, and this. And then for Kome herself, I just have Roar. I don't have that much energy capacity. Shadoo is fun, but the magazine is annoying. Like, I could do, instead of Steadfast, which I don't need, the one that gives energy based on armor, because eventually this will be like 5 billion energy. You know what I'm saying? And then a build that looks like this is, I mean, chill. And then I've got a grouping tool. This does Elec as well, which actually, I guess yeah, that's not terrible, because I need, I don't know, maybe this? What does this do? This does fuck all. Wow, this is actually kind of an interesting predicament. I need a weapon that's like a bit of a status pisser. Kind of like her weapon or something. Hey? Does her weapon do random statuses? No. Her shit does random statuses. I don't need... Elementalist, perhaps. Did I not have Elementalist on the Shidu? I did-ain't. Oh, Elementalist is a good snipe. Oh. Dude, I don't know what it is, but one of my nostrils has like hella sinuses going on right now, and it's driving me up a fucking wall. Elementalist. Good snipe. Good call. Good call. Good snipe. We'll get plenty of... what's it called? I don't really need this then if it's going to be a late game thing. Because I'll have enough. This doesn't really hurt. There's not really a reason to not use it right now. Because this is just going to be an extra 1,000, so I'll have 1,700 energy fucking over. Actually, it feels like a waste of a slot. Maybe I do, I don't know. You know what I could do? I could do a shield mod of some kind. Which would be nice. Any shield recharge would be very, very nice. I know so many people run with this. I don't know why you would do that to yourself. I would so much rather a shield recharge, you know? Fast deflection always, always. And fast deflection and rolling guard and Omamori. You have to be a fucking troglodyte to die. You have to be an actual, like, sniveling, bimbling, bumbling idiot. I say that knowing full well that there's a very high chance that I die. Aviator since aerodynamics? Nah, I don't need DR. The point of Aviator, the point of aerodynamics is for the aero advantage and Boreal's combo here. Because we get minus gravity and aim glide time, so this just lasts forever. We're just an AC 130, which actually we're going to be LARPing as the best AC 130 with the Shidu. This is a great LARP. Grouping tool secondary and a something melee. Do the Vacor Sidon because it's cool. There's a lot of things I could do because they're cool. What? Actually, you know what? The Vacor Sidon is just fucking cool, actually. This is just a cool weapon. This is just a really fun and interesting weapon, and I like this weapon a lot, so fuck it. Alright, let's go play Kome like this. Do I care about my focus school? Not really. I think Vazrin just because. I'm going to be dealing so much operator damage, it's ridiculous. Do I care about Companion? Also kind of meh. The Nuh-uh is good. Vitrica, since everybody forgot about it. True, we were... Okay, funny enough, you mentioned that. We were talking about the Vitrica earlier. The Vitrica is a very cool weapon. This weapon is fucking awesome. Man, I have so many cool fashions for this weapon. Man, what I was cooking with this weapon. And I have another skin? Oh, that one's not as good. Man, this weapon looks cool. What the hell? Vitrica has a really interesting mechanic where basically when you do an aim glide melee, it launches a glass thing, freezes a bunch of enemies, and then you can heavy slam and it'll explode those enemies. Which I actually really... I wonder how this interacts with Influence. I've never used this with any of the new melee stuff. And I'm really curious if I just grab Elec and see what happens. Let's get some status chance as well, actually. We'll grab this. We'll grab that. We'll grab the other ones, the Elec mod. I'm just curious to see what this is like. Let's grab more status chance. Probably some of that, actually. And you just need regular status chance. There we go. And honestly, probably attack speed. This weapon is a heavy weapon, and it's slow as motherfuck. Out of capacity. Go fuck yourself. Take this mod off. This mod's worthless. It doesn't need to be there. It's fat and ugly and stupid. And it smells bad. I hate that mod. That mod's for dumb people and idiots. I want more attack speed. Let's just give ourselves quickening. Fucking fine. Whatever. Oh my god, I've never formed this? No way. I've aura farmed with this weapon by fashioning the fuck out of it without forming it. This shows you how much I care about the middle class. I have Cleaving Whirlwind on this still. Jesus, this is back when Cleaving Whirlwind was a good stance. crazy times we live in. What's the best one? Not Rending Crane. Tempo Royale. Pookie Hauntus? What? Pookie Hauntus is an insane... Am I crazy? So how does glassing work? Okay, melee influence. We do this. We heavy. Well, that's interesting. Obviously, Kome passive's kind of doing a little bit here. Doesn't really hit so hard. Maybe I just need more combo, though. Does it scale with combo in any way? I'm sure it does. Surely there's an attack that generates lots of combo, right? Oh, these all kind of generate like a medium amount of combo. Doesn't seem like influence has any notable interaction. Just seems to do generic influence things. I wonder if afflictions counts in any way. Frozen enemies, 2.5x damage. Man, this is just so I can group them easier. Give me this, thank you. Just get some combo built up. Interesting. Oh, that's fascinating. Whoa, wait a minute, hold on, we've discovered something. Okay, so there's afflictions happening here. There is, in fact, afflictionings, which does mean that if I roar and do that, the second hit here should hit like Nutso style, right? Yeah, it sure does. Okay, there we go. We found what can make this silly. Interesting. Oh, does this shockwave... So it only happens when they're glassed. Interesting. Yeah, that's fascinating. That's very noteworthy. That's what you're saying the entire time, were you? Psiotic affliction's gonna go bonkers. Wow, you did. You actually just said like that the exact thing. So, okay. An interesting thing about this, does the Vitrica's glass mode do anything to multiply damage against the enemies in any way? Does it make them like specific status vulnerability? What else does it do aside from that synergy? The Vitrica. So let's see. Using an aerial attack and aim glide does the projectile. That makes sense. Does not affect enemies with overguard. It's temporary, stuns anything short of boss level. The glass projectiles have protection time. Glass enemies will have glass removed by any damage, including DOT. Glass explosions inflict a stagger. That's why we're getting the afflictions proccing. Highest base damage, highest status chance. Above average crit. I knew all of these things already. Tied with Zenistar for the second slowest attack speed. Very low speed. Very low disposition. Oh, below average disposition. Let's see. While aim gliding, swinging the weapon for the first time is what glasses the enemies. Although the attack itself does not deal damage, glassed enemies are frozen for 7 seconds. The projectile is not modified by jet stream. It can be controlled by navigator. When a ground slam is executed on a glassed enemy, it explodes, dealing 1,000 damage. Slam attacks, heavy tams, stance slams all trigger the glass. Really, stance slams triggered as well. Wave does 10 damage. Waves generated by heavy slams travel for 2 seconds before disappearing, giving them an 80-meter range. The waves are wider, force an impact proc, and are brighter. Waves generated by heavy slams count as heavy attacks, benefit from 2x. As long as your combo multiplier. Glass explosion range is not affected by mods like Reach. Glass explosion has a 100% status chance on the glass enemy it originated from, which cannot be increased by normal status chance mods. Status chance can be increased by using Proton Snap. Interesting. That's really interesting. Huh. Explosion radial damage shares the same status chance as the weapon. Glass explosion damage is affected by elemental physical damage mods on the glassed enemy it originated from, while explosion radial damage is not. Oh, this is really interesting. Your name is green. Your name is green. In fact, everybody here is a member because of Big Josh's fucking money dumping earlier. Yeah. Interesting. So they explode for 1,000 damage. And then, let's see. That 1,000 damage, it said, was modified by... What was it again? Crit and slam benefits. They count... Yeah, the waves generated count as slam attacks. Oh, but the thing is, okay, so the slam wave is a base of 10 damage, which is basically not worth interacting with. Even though that's affected by combo and crit and true steel and all that shit, it's not worth it because that's the base of 10 damage. What we care about is the 1,000 exploding damage. Because the waves only have a damage of 10, which is fucking worthless. Circle colors correlate to how long somebody has been subbed for? Yes. Yes, they do indeed. Interesting. Hold on. So, you know what? Let's test this just a little bit, just because I want to see what's going on here. It seems like I was already testing this at some point. Let's grab one Charger Eximus. Charger Eximus. This guy has no modifications to puncture. So, first off, the glass, which does no damage, can't hit this guy, which is very easy to see. No damage. If I heavy slam, we get 10 damage. I am now going to grab the initial combo gun, the Sajin Khan gun that he likes so much. The Rauta. Couldn't think of it. I'm gonna grab the Rauta and just load up on combo a little bit here. We should see 120 damage, right? Well, we would have seen it, but there's a bunch of fucking DOTs on this guy. Man, I love this weapon. Okay. I have 30 seconds of combo duration. I can wait till these DOTs expire. Alright, there we go. We see 10. So, not affected by combo, despite what the wiki just said. Unless I'm missing something, and it's the explosions that are affected by combo and not the 10 damage. In which case, that would be really nice to see. 12x damage. Still 10. Okay, that wave just always does 10 damage, it seems. Inches of what? You know what, Crow. Alright, let's break this guy's overguard. We're gonna glass him, and then we're gonna test with that. I really should have used, like, anything. There we go. Alright, lose all your bonuses, pretty please. So, if I freeze this guy, again, 0 damage, and then slam, we get 15,000 damage? Excuse me? $1,233 damage and also 10 impact. Why 1,233? Ah, it's a slash proc, so 999 times 1.5, because it's probably dealing slash damage, or some percentage of it. That 999 is probably split between IPS, if I had to guess. Let me grab my calculator. As precise calculator. We have a damage split of 999. I would be surprised if it was all slash. Because what would that equal if we hit an enemy? We have no other multipliers going on here. And we are going to change the... Oh, Jesus Christ, I've broken everything. To an infested... Regular infested, right? Regular infested. Yeah, that would be 1,498 damage. Instead, we got less than that. So let's just assume that it's maybe 333, 333, 333, 1,201.92. What was our screenshot? 1,233. That's really close. Maybe it's 3. Would it be 333? Oh, not that. 330 and 339. 1,201.9, which is 1,202. There might be some... Maybe just some other multiplier, some kind of quantization, maybe a heavy multiplier for a rank 0 heavy attack. 1,233 is a really interesting number. What's the IPS split of this weapon as it is, ratio-wise? 133, 99, 99. Oh. Probably this, right? It's probably just 3x these values. So 133.2, 99.9, and 99.9 times 3. Desmos, the calculator. What was this? I already forgot it. 133.2 times 3 is 399.6. So 399.6. And then it's 99.9. 299.7. $1,233. Okay, so we found our base damage. 1,233. Cool. Okay, so the base damage for the slam is just a 3x of the base values. That's really interesting. What are we testing today? Vitrica. So, the slam explosion from this here, when we hit this guy, is 10 damage, and then also 3x our base damage here. That's what this 1233 is 3x our base damage. That's fascinating. Let's see if that's affected by combo. Oh, did you get stuck in ragdoll, you fat fuck? Alright, whatever. Shit, I hate when that happens. Okay, we're gonna do this. Wait for that guy. We have plenty of combo duration. Alright, all of his DOTs are gone. We glass him, and then we blast him. I think I fucking hit him directly again. I only see two damage numbers, 14, 7, 9, 8, and 10. I think it's because I hit him with a direct hit. Let's try that again. I have a 30-second combo duration, so I don't have to rush into anything. Nope, that's correct. 14, 7, 9, 8, and 10. So we are getting combo multi, but we're not getting 12x damage. Or are we, actually? 1200 times... let's see. 1, 2... 33.14. 0.14 times 12 is 14,797. We have 14,798. Yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. So it is just straight up affected by the combo multi. Awesome. Good stuff. The wiki was right. So that's fascinating. We have 3x damage. That's really interesting. Someone just on the screen. Oh, nice. You're so used to being called Crow that if somebody else is called Crow, it makes your brain hurt. Fascinating stuff going on here. So, out of curiosity, is this affected by stance multiplier? If I grab Tempo Royale, is there a stance heavy attack multiplier? I need this guy to not fuck off into Narnia. There we go. Hey, buddy. Do I have 12? I have 12. Alright. Blast him. 14,798. No stance multiplier for heavy, or if there is a stance multiplier for this, it's just super weak. Or not super weak. It's just like 1x for heavy weapons or something. Okay, stance multiplier doesn't matter. Very cool. Let's try Salvation. Actually, let's try slam damage. Seismic wave, which is 200% slam damage. I'm just gonna go based off of this number. 1233, not affected. Okay. So slam damage doesn't matter for the explosion. What about just good old fucking serration? Well, I got a crit, but it seems like even with a crit, 11,000 is a lot for what that was. $3,628. That sounds like serration's working to me. That's really good to see. Your lay... What are we testing? Vitrica. Universal damage... Or sorry, serration damage works. Let's try CO now. Do I have a single status effect I can put on this guy? I can put on 3. I would like if there was only maybe 1. Oh yeah, that has viral, so let's not use that to test. Wait, I can just beat the shit out of this guy with my melee. And get a proc of some kind. There we go, slash proc. We do that, we're still at 1x combo. 1233, CO does not work. Yes, CO does not work. I'll test it again because he's got a cold proc on him. He's got 2 cold procs. 1233, CO does not work. Okay. We will now try universal damage as was suggested, which is a good idea. But if serration works, universal damage should work and shouldn't be multiplicative. Keyword should. But we'll test it and then we'll test it in a multiplicative environment as well. The easiest way is just to grab Arachne. We'll see a damage increase, and then we'll check if it's multiplicative or not. Life is fun. He has magnetic on him. Did I take off condition overload? Doesn't really matter because it doesn't work, but yeah, so we're taking off. We can also grab pressure point, actually, just to see if it's multiplicative or not. So, really quickly, I'm going to check this. This times 2.65 for prime pressure point, 3268. And then we'll check if this is plus the 1.5 or if it's times 1.5 with universal damage bonus. Okay. We're looking for 51, 18, and 8170. But first, let's get pressure point on here, regrab our number just to make sure that we're not crazy, with no arachne added. So just pressure point is 3268, which is this number exactly. Goody goody. Wait, hold on. Yes. God, this song is fucking insanely hard. What is this? Serial Experiments. Yeah, this is going in the playlist. Fucking fire. 1233.14 times 2.65. Oh, I fucked everything up here. 1233.14. Yeah, 3268. Perfect. Alright, everything works according to plan and nothing is wrong. Alright, now we try arachne and we see what we get. 3268. Oh, arachne doesn't work? Really? Wait a minute. 326. Arachne just doesn't work at all. Huh. Fascinating. Okay. Is Kome's passive bugged in the sim? Kome's passive has never been bugged in the sim as far as I'm aware. If there was a bug, share with the class. That is fascinating. So universal damage doesn't work, as in Arcane Arachne, which is shocking, but maybe requires experimentation. Let me try with Chroma. Let me get Chromosome over here and just take a look real quick, because Chromosome has the Toxin, which is holster damage, which is also universal serration. So if we do that, we have, see that the universal serration up there? I need to 3268, and we had the chroma buff. Yeah, okay, so it's just not affected at all. Fascinating. We can also try chroma's actual damage buff. Let me fall off the map here. Let me just turn this guy's AI on and just have him beat the shit out of me. What? Okay. Did that give me damage? No? Come here, buddy. Oh my god. Right, I didn't have enough armor yet. That makes sense. Alright. Hello. Just hit me. Just one strike is all it takes. Oh my god, I die in one hit. Wait. I need to grab the health orbs here. Okay, I guess that's gonna have to work. And then I'll do this for extra health. Surely I have enough to tank now. Okay, that's good. Alright. Stop it. Stop it. Pause AI. Okay, let's just not lose this. Do the glass. And then do the slam. Okay, Chroma works. Arcane Arachne doesn't. This does 11,881. We now need to see what that is. Multiplicative or additive. 11,881. We have 698 chroma bonus here. So we're just going to go into here. Plus 6.98. 11,875. That seems to be correct. 7.98. Yeah, okay. So it's additive. So chroma works and is additive. Arachne doesn't. That's fascinating. I'm sure Jade or Equinox have some other interesting shit going on here as well. Let's take a look at fucking... You know what? Let's take a look at Jade. I'm fascinated by this. How would Eclipse work with it? We're gonna test that. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Where's the guy? Where did he... What? Where did he go? Ah, fuck. I have to break his overguard again, man. Hello. Lose overguard. Thank you. I have to wait for your viral procs to run out. Alright. We do this. My damage covered it, but I think that said 6,400. So I think Jade works. 6,400. So Jade works. Let's see if Jade is multi or additive. Jade is 254. So plus 2.54. Jade is additive and works. That's really strange that Arachne just doesn't. Unless they did a silent fix where they made Arachne not work on melees. Which would be really weird. I know they updated the description, but the description was just wrong because they never changed the effect. So... Mirage. Let's take a look at Eclipse. We have a rank 0 Mirage. Do you have this ability unlocked? You sure don't. Alright. Mirage. One of these two Mirages is good for testing, and it's probably you. It sure is. Okay. You have a random yellow shard in you for some reason. Okay. We have Eclipse, 200%. This should be just straight multiplicative. So this should just be times 3. That's 32 times 3. Let's see. We should see 9803 on this explosion. But we do not, because I didn't put the fucking ability on. You know, sometimes that helps. This ability. There we go. $9803 does work, single dip, not double. Out of all people, you should appreciate the Vitricker most. Funny man, funny German man. True. How does her clones interact with this, hey? I've got a bunch of clones here. I only see one damage number, unfortunately. They do seem to shoot multiple waves, though. It does look like there's some stacked on top of each other. Maybe not. Kind of hard to tell. No, it's probably like Contagion, where it doesn't shoot more projectiles. Because if I look there, there's only one of those projectiles. Yeah, and that's not stacked in the way that Mirage... Yeah, okay, so it's only one. Okay. So Mirage is cool. Single dips. Very interesting skeletal. Very interesting. So we know that pressure point works, CO doesn't. Universal serration is iffy. Elemental mod should work according to the sources. Let's just try crit really quickly and just make sure. We'll just grab Galv Steel and I don't know. Let's just see. Let's actually just see this. If we get the crit damage of 3.5x. 3.5. We're looking for 4316. 4313, which is close. My crit damage probably isn't 3.5. It's probably some other number or some other such thing. But crit does work. Goody goody. Now, supposedly elemental mods work, and this does have 100% status, but it seems to always proc a slash. Let's see what happens if I put on, I don't know, gas damage. And just see. First off, I actually want to see if elemental mod's affected at all. So we should really quickly, we should see this times 20, we should see 2343 if elemental damage does work. 2138, close enough. That motherfucker went flying that time. I didn't see that one. Of course not. 7479. I bet if we take this times 3.5. Oh? Excuse me? Why are you such a low number? Right, because this is more like something else instead or something. This isn't 3.5 we discovered. There's like something, there's some other number there. And I'm sure whatever it is, it makes a big difference. Three days of working and you're back. Work injury, 5 days off. Poor goat, dude. Was holster amp and vigorous swap tested? Holster amp is the same as the chroma buff, which didn't work. But I did not check the same, like the holster amp mods. So chroma's toxin ward is holster damage. So if it works, then those mods work. I didn't technically test them, but chroma's damage buff wasn't working. What's wrong with it now? Nothing's wrong with it other than universal serration is inconsistent on it. Holster damage doesn't work, and chroma does, for example. Additive. Very strange. Strange behavior. Arcane Arachne doesn't work. Other stuff does. This works, which is great. I also saw a toxin proc, which is great. I want to see gas, just for the sake of seeing gas. We see a slash proc. And there's our gas proc. Interesting. So statuses do get split amongst the 100% force proc. Which, I wonder if that uses the weight system. It has to use the weight system, right? Because we're going to get more gas than we are slash. Interesting. So it probably uses the base IPS values, and it probably just uses the weight system. Cool. So now that we know everything that works, it's really interesting that the slam multiplier doesn't work. Like at all. Salm. Slam. This just does fucking less than nothing. Yeah, that just does nothing. Fascinating. So now that we know that, let's go back and reevaluate our build. We want pressure point instead. Status chance doesn't matter for the nuke, so we don't really care about this. We also would favor only 1 damage, so probably just the high toxin because this has forced whatever, right? So we'd rather this to change the weighting instead. We care a lot about crit, so we want crit damage, which would probably incentivize us down this route. Makes a lot of sense. We probably don't even really need this. I'd rather the extra 10% from the regular, what's it called? galvanized mod, elementalist here, because of everything that we've learned, right? I'd rather this. And we get heavy windups because we just don't care about status chance for this setup. And what else? Range doesn't matter. Probably Bane. We didn't check Bane. Let me check that. Bane should work. There's no reason Bane doesn't work, but we'll check anyways. We'll see if maybe it double dips or something. One nine one one. 1911. This times 1.55. Perfect. 191. So it's single dip. Cool. I guess what we can check is if there's maybe an additional dip if there's multiple enemies getting hit, but I doubt it. So let me see really quickly if I hit like an extra enemy. Hello, overguard, please. All right. Now you lose your status effects, please. Is glass to status? If it was, it wouldn't matter because stop attacking, you fuck. Stop. 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 Why are you doing this now? I hate this fucking... I hate companions. It didn't attack this entire time, and as soon as I put a Bane mod on, it attacks. I love this video game, actually. I lied. Alright, whatever. This... 1911, 1911. They both hit each other, because of course they do. It's an AoE, which is really fascinating. Yeah, interesting. That's so funny. They both hit each other and they both take a damages just because they share the damage. Which means that grouping tools are absolutely goated here. Which means that influence should be doing crazy work, actually. Because influence should make these go nutso style. So hold on, let's take what we've learned here and just influence really quickly. And elec. And I guess we'll do higher weighting for this. We'll just do super ultra weighting, focus energy, and voltic strike, just to max out elec weighting so we get more procs of it. So we get the proc there, so influence is active now. We should see, let's wait for the status chance to run out. Let's see the DOTs here. Okay, there we go. Oh, I didn't get it in time. Hold on, get it. So how many procs? One proc and one proc. Really? They didn't share all that much. God, I fucking hate that this sends them fucking flying, man. It's so obnoxious. Please, brother, you're fucking killing me with this shit. This is very annoying to test. I would love if the enemies stopped being cringe and gay. You can be gay, but stop being cringe. They seem to be bouncing off of each other is the problem there. Give me an elec proc, damn it. Okay, give me an elec proc that procs influence now. Dude, want to buy single influence proc, man. Give me influence. There we go. Alright, lose your DOTs now. So, okay, there we go. They do both give 2. Okay, they both share. Alright, it just didn't the first time. I wonder if I just got a slash proc and was just unlucky or something. Put a void snare down? That would probably help. I say as they fucking explode to Narnia. Hold on, we'll do this again. Man, I love enemy ragdoll physics. This game is the greatest game ever. Whatever, we know that influence works. I don't need to fucking sit here and struggle over this shit trying to figure it out. What I'm gonna test then is what happens if we get a bunch of these guys here. That's influence. Well, these guys are all gonna fucking die. Yeah. I need tankier enemies to test against, because those guys just fucking evaporate it. By the way, the Vitrico that just did that in question is 3 Elec mods and influence. That's the power of multiplication we're dealing with here. I need maybe bombards. Bombards should be a little bit tankier, but not so tanky that I can't do anything. Give me influence. There we go. So if I influence these guys, they take a decent chunk O damage. I really should void snare. 17 procs is an interesting number. Most of them died. If they were closer together and didn't fly apart, they would have definitely died to the shared DOT. Ah! Glassing can just not work on ragdolled enemies, so I need to glass them first, then ragdoll them. And it still doesn't work. Love that. Okay. Interesting. Well, if I had a way to fucking contain them without them exploding everywhere, this would be really good. You know what? I do have a way to contain them without them exploding everywhere. Holy shit. Wait a minute. Y'all are about to see some fucking huge brain maneuver. So not only do these guys get glassed by Gara, this ability can glass them, and I can detonate them. They jumped over the fucking wall. I really did my best. Actually, this wall is just way too big anyways. I need a smaller wall. That's not tall enough. That's not tall enough either. Fuck, I have too much range. I need to do like a negative range Gara build or something. Hang on. I need like a negative range Gara build. The glass frame, no way. Dude, the glass frame with the Vitrica might have a synergy because she prevents them from fucking flying out to Narnia. Fuck, what do I do here? What is this build? Fuck it, just make a new config, Nev. You have a million configs. You have so much plat, it doesn't matter. Range. Negative range. Narrow-minded. Narrow mouth. So there's that. That should maybe help with the setup. I don't know. We're gonna find out. I did not mean to do that, but okay. Let's see. Right about there? Yeah, okay, there we go. We contained them a little bit. They should now no longer explode out, I guess, except for this guy. This guy didn't make it. I don't think I can ragdoll him through. Oh my god, they can just fucking clip through if they're ragdolled. This is so painful. Why? Why are you all like this? You piss me off to no end. This pisses me off to actually no end. Why? Why? Why do they explode out? If they didn't fucking explode out... Gara's glass and Vitrica's glass are classified as the same thing. They are not, actually. I read this on the wiki that Vitrica glass overrides Gara glass. So take a look at this. What the fuck? This didn't break. There we go. So look, if I press Gara's 4 on these guys here, man, that is a fucking... that is the thing there. My Vitrica won't explode them. If I Vitrica glass, it then will. So they're completely isolated from each other. And what's really interesting is that the Vitrica basically unglasses them from Gara's glass. So they still have the effect on them, but they're not frozen anymore. If I were to unfreeze them, they could move around, which is really interesting. Lol. Bro built a house. I really did, and they fucking got through anyways. Maybe if I made it a little bit bigger, so that they would, so that they could move without escaping. You know what I mean? So like a little bit bigger here. They have a little bit more room, like that. All right, what are we thinking here? Does this work, chat? Nope, they just ragdoll right the fuck out. So frustrating. So frustrating. Because this has so much potential, but it scatters the enemies and you can't ragdoll them to suck them in. So there's like no way to use this because all the grouping gets fucking overridden. Wall too thin for ragdoll? Probably. That's what I would wager as well. LOS break kind of thing? No, definitely not that. It's definitely just the wall is too thin for ragdoll. Ragdoll just moves through it. Nidus or mag? Maybe mag, but I don't think so. Because it would just send the fucking bubble careening as well, unless I did... That's the wrong mag. That's not the right mag. You're the right mag. Unless I did like a Well of Life thing, right? So if I did this guy here and then bubbled them all in. Yeah, see? They still explode outwards, but a couple of them come back at least. But I think the bigger issue at hand is just that they explode outwards at all. Because they see I lose enemies each time. That guy takes hella damage, though. That's really the downside of this. The build has the potential to work, but it sends them fucking careening. So we just need a setup or maybe an environment that keeps the enemies from going flying. For research purposes, can you put the helmet on Zephyr and turn around so you can grab a screenshot of how it looks from the back? Zephyr. You're the only person I would do this for. Config C, purple Zephyr. Let's see. Fucking, do I have any other? I have like 3 Zephyrs. Surely one of them is like naked. I have 2 Zephyrs. Surely this one has a naked config. Well, that's a fuck ugly config. That's the Conquera. Interesting. Alright. You said the Cicero helmet. This one? That's how it looks from the back. Do you want me to uncolor it really quickly? Here. Default colors. Prime skin and Cicero helmet. It's all good? Well, there you go. Anyways, yeah, you know what, actually? I wonder if Zephyr is good here. I mean, obviously it's going to be, right? Because the explosions are going to bounce the tornadoes, but we should check with Zadas here. This is where I'm going to get a little lost in the sauce. But we have influence... Well, it creates a Zada's instance, that's for damn sure. That's for darn. That's interesting. Ah, problem. Zephyr's tornadoes deal damage, which basically instantly unglasses them. So, the issue here is that when you glass the enemies, any form of damage will unglass them. So in order for me to take advantage of them, I would need to get tornadoes that don't deal damage. And unfortunately, Zephyr tornadoes always deal damage. Minus damage riven? It doesn't matter. It's the tornadoes themselves have a base damage. They always deal damage per second. You cannot make them not deal damage. But this is making my brain wonder about a blast setup with blast influence Zada. So something like the status chance doesn't matter. So something like this, where we've got a high weighting for blast, the occasional electric proc on lower weighting, like so. Probably just a 60% is fine, right? And then we'll just get a proc, and then we'll see what it looks like here. Come on, give me an influence. You know you wanna. You know you wanna give me an influence, man. What the fuck is this chance? Hello? Also, what a fucking awful stance. Why would I ever want my melee weapon to send enemies fucking flying, Digital Extremes? Riddle me that, retards. Pissing me off. Wow, how fucking useful. God, I hate Digital Extremes, dude. Digital Extremes pisses me off to no fucking end. Actually fucking makes me so mad. Fucking useless. Wait, so like, that stance is awful then, and I'm better off just fucking neutral attack. What stance is that? Is it just the default fucking heavy weapon stance? It sure is. Fuck me. Man, I love this. Not quite. User bunch of numbers. Okay, we got that going. This. They all died. So it is safe to say that, wow, Zada's blast. We might have just discovered something a bit silly there. Bastille does magnetic damage. No, Vortex does magnetic damage. Bastille does no damage, but it does armor strip and also give you armor. Bastille does initial blast damage. Vauban's Bastille? This ability, Bastille. This does no damage. It does a Vortex for magnetic damage. It does not deal any damage. Vauban's Bastille does that. It lifts enemies. Now, if I Vortex, that's doing damage. Always blast Zada influence? Yeah, color me surprised. Yeah, I can't glass them. But I can just sit here and hold this button on this puddle. The blast proc killed them. I need this to go away now. Siam, but worse? Hard disagree. This is very different from Siam. The way this plays is very different. You do want initial combo as well, but this is not Siam. Also, if you put influence on the Siam, cringe. Yeah, this has some nuts potential, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Do you see that lag spike that we got for a second there? That is the potential speaking to us. The really major issue here is that the enemies go fucking flying. DE should probably do something about that, because that's what makes this borderline unusable. The fact that the enemies go flying is really, really bad. Now, for condensed tile set hallways, this is great, because they're just going to bonk on the ceiling, and all will be honky-dory. But 90% of the time, that's going to happen, which is just not fucking useful to us. And because we can't vortex them at any point, or else they just become completely ineligible, like, if I do this and that, I can't hit them. And this vortex does no damage, by the way. That vortex does 0 damage. Vazrin Vortex does not do any damage. It's a 0 damage ability. Is it single hit, or are there multi-hit memes like with Exec? So it's a single hit, but then they explode, so they hit all the enemies around them. So if you have 20 enemies, every single enemy is going to be getting hit 21 times, basically. One for each enemy, or sorry, 20 times. No, it's 21. Basically, there's 2 enemies, they're each going to hit each other, and they're going to get hit, so it's 2. So yeah, I think it's 20 times. Because if there's 19 enemies all bouncing, and then the one enemy at the base is 20, yeah. Basically, Kalervo 3, Ensnare does damage. It does not do damage. Ensnare does not do damage. So I do have an Ensnare Zephyr. Which I know is maybe a little bit more obtuse than just grabbing fucking Kome. Or not Kome, Korra herself. But I just don't feel like grabbing Korra. What am I doing? Zephyr. One of you has Ensnare. Akukor. Lavos at home. Silence. Okay, I lied. All of the Ensnare Zephyrs are fucking dead. Alright, Korra it is then. Hello, cunt. Oh, you have fucking Venari. You're miserable fucking sats shit, aren't you? So, if I do this, Venari don't. Still sends them fucking Ragdoll. Love this. Love Ragdoll. Ragdoll makes me happy. I love Ragdoll. I love Ragdoll. Hey, Digital Extremes, can you put Ragdoll on every weapon in the game? I would love if every enemy was just in fucking Narnia whenever I hit them. I would love it if every enemy just fucking went off to outer space every time I hit them. It's my favorite fucking feature you've ever added to Melee, was giving every Melee combo fucking lifted status, and then when I melee them, they fucking fly away. It's my favorite status. I love lifted status. It was the best decision you ever made to make it so that every melee weapon sends enemies to fucking hell. Just sends them to Narnia. They're just gone. Just fucking fucking Tenno space program. Do they not get glassed in Overguard? They do not. Petrify also would not work, because all of them are overridden by glass. When you glass enemies with the Vitriga, it overrides all of their animations for the glass one, which is what then allows them to be ragdolled. Which is why the afflictions thing happens. Like, to kind of make this really silly. Oh, I didn't have influence up. But those guys have 20 toxin procs on them because they all hit each other, right? So imagine that with influence. And that's what kind of causes them to die. Can I get an elect proc? Okay, there we go. Do you see how they're all dying? That's kind of what makes this silly. Again, we have nothing on here but, like, literally we have 3 elemental mods, excuse me. We have Blast and Elec. And we're getting, like, so many procs here that these guys are just exploding. Would Rhino Stomp send them flying away? Probably yes. What happens with Kalervo 3 if every enemy's hitting each other? They probably also die like this. I would imagine so, and this is even better because Kalervo buffs crit like a shit ton. And I also have him set to buff attack speed. Can you Cyto 9 or Lavos force gas? You can Lavos, yes. Can these extra hits be turned to force procs? Probably yes. So look. Group these guys. Fascinating. How did that happen? Oh, also this guy has extra fucking combo, so I need to, like, heavy attack a bunch to lose all this shit. How the fuck did this happen? Yippee, infinite damage. There's definitely something going on here. I now have 12x combo. Like, always, permanently. I'll never not have 12x combo. Which is bad for testing. This is affected by crit, by the way. Every blast explosion spreads to every enemy. Yeah, so it's basically the damage multiplier formula, but squared now. Which is what Zada's was doing, by the way. Look at this. So if I just fucking... Guys, there's 3 mods here. Vitrica's just a worse Siam, Nev. It's just worse than the Siam. The Siam's so much better, Nev. So fuck the Afflictions build. I guess the Afflictions build is fucking whatever. Influence is just so stupid. I mean, this does work great for Afflictions because the stupid proc. But we now have... Like, let's make a real setup. We could say fuck this if we're using Kalervo. Which I was going to use Kome, so I should probably do 2 builds. One with Kalervo, one non-Kalervo. So we'll make this cunt Lervo first. Alright, we just want Blast Elec again. That's literally it. That's all we care about. We don't even care about anything else. Just fucking Blast Elec. We'll do this, and we'll do this. And I don't even need heavy efficiency because Kalervo gets it as a passive. Brother. What are we even talking about here? What are we talking about right now? Siam's good. Siam is good. I didn't even get to fucking... It lagged, by the way. I didn't even get to fucking teleport because I forgot. Yeah, okay. I need Manic Bombards to test. There's no way I can get this to test. Manic Bombard. Even with that, I fear that it's just not gonna happen. Let's just hit once. Oh god, the lag. Oh, right. I can't do anything with the... Because they have damage on them, right? Do you think some Warframes should be locked behind Mastery rank? Yes. especially the newer Warframes. And I don't mean like locked behind like a smaller Astri rank. I think something like fucking Kalervo should be like MR like 20. GG's, shake my hand. Well, we made the Vitrica broken, which I honestly wasn't that hard to do, all things considered. I don't even need crit damage because I have crit damage shards. Hold on. So what do I want here? Because I don't really care for crit damage. This is like a whatever slot. Would I just rather serration damage? Like just straight fucking damage? Or what? Smite mod. Oh, I'm missing fucking Bane. Dude, I don't even have Bane. I don't even have Bane. I don't care about crit chance or crit damage. I'm playing fucking Kalerva. I have 10x CD doing nothing. I'm standing here with 10x CD. Spam elemental percent? Not worth it. It's not worth it compared to this setup. Because you want to have good... Like, Elementalist is good. Quickening is good. Prime Fury for that. Like, I mean, it's not even triggering half of the fucking setup. I don't have like an extra hit on this. I can put Zadas on this. I can put Zadas on him. There's nothing stopping me from doing so. Bad weapon for real? Yeah. Kalervo uses the... What's it called, right? The thing? Because he's just immortal with it. Persistence. Oh no, I lose a little bit of strength. Whatever. He's just immortal. I guess I could get rid of this. For the strength. Bellicose? I don't have that much health. I don't have enough health to use this. I need more health on this guy, which I'm not gonna put into modding. Unless it was like really worth it, but I don't think it is. Because what do? No flow, question mark? I need the energy. You don't have enough armor? Ha! You need 700. He has 650. That's so funny. So you are correct. But that's... Huh. Drock the augment if you go for persistent. A shard fixes this. I've got a better idea than both of those suggestions. Where is this? There it is. And that better idea than both of those suggestions is Unairu. Because Unairu has a passive which gives Warframe and Operator armor 200. My fucking cranium is uncapped. My intellect knows no bounds. My intellect is actually just in a completely different universe. And I am above your mortal levels of thinking. I probably need to reload this instance for it to take effect or some such thing. Maybe. Let's see. I've swapped weapon. Usually that fixes it. Nope. Yeah, look. Persistence is loaded. Fuck all of you. Not really. I love you, chat. That is incredibly funny, though. That is fucking hilarious. That is genuinely comedy. Oh, here. You just joined and Nev is losing it? It's always a good stream when Nev is losing it. That augment looks busted as fuck. It is. Brozine would have a stroke right now looking at you using Unairu for armor. Yeah, God forbid you use the tools in your arsenal to do things. Am I right, gamers? The fuck would you ever do something so foolish? I'm at a loss for how stupid effective this is. That's insane. Also, if you don't want to use Unairu, I also, like, you can also use the Aura mod. 25% power strength is well worth it. It is a lot of power strength, don't get me wrong, it's almost an intensify, but it's worth it. I think is there an armor mod that goes in Exilus? There is not. There should be. There should be an armor mod for the Exilus slot. You forgot to subsume master summons to revive your pet for survival. Yeah. There's also the issue of the pet. Now, the thing is, pets are great, but I don't want a sentinel. And I 100% don't want a sentinel because I don't want to deal with them randomly fucking... Basically, because they're glued to me at the hip, they're always going to be attacking whatever I'm trying to do my shit with, and since I have Kalervos 3 up all the time, it's just going to be a nightmare. I'd rather this, which is also going to give me more crit damage, by the way. Flat CD, because why not? We need a primary to combo with this, and I'm thinking I want something that's just passive, not really thinking about it. Something that's just on all the time, and I can just have the extra combo duration from it. So if I ever need to use it, it'll just be there. And I kind of think Buzzlock fits that role perfectly. But I guess not, because I don't have a dexterity build on it. I do have a dexterity Ceto. Rauda XDD. I don't need a stat stick. I don't want a dead primary. I would like a utility-oriented primary. Something that is useful to the kit. Fucking Rauda is worthless for me, because I'm just going to generate combo with Kalervo anyways. I don't need that much combo duration. Rauda Guj Aphentis. True, but I don't need to... Like, using the Aphentis is gimmicky as fuck. And kind of out of... I have to go out of the way to do it. I would almost rather something like a primer, like the Bubonico. Or, if there are another primary that isn't the Bubonico. Scourge could fill that role. Because it has corrosive innate, but not really good AoE capability. Something that's just... I shoot it like once and it just primes everything for me passively in the background. Tenet Glax? Kind of. I kinda... The thing is, Bubonico really fits. Actually, wait, remember we were gonna do this with Kome. Kome gets a bunch of extra hits. I could just give her the crit subsume. Well, I guess this is the Kalervo version of the build first. Cetoglaive. The Cernos that groups. The Mutilus Cernos? Mutilus Cernos... Or not Mutilus, sorry. The Proboscis Cernos. Proboscis Cernos is a very cool weapon that I haven't touched in a long time, and it does in fact have dexterity on it. I don't remember how this works with Galvanized Aptitude. Somebody remind me. How does this work with Gaptitude? Or does it not? Somebody inform me. How does this work with Firestorm? There it is. 10 meter radius. It doesn't. Proboscis ammo hungry. Proboscis is ammo hungry. That would explain why those mods are missing. We have lots of multi-shot on this. We have Serration on here. Proboscis 7 max ammo. Useless, unusable with its mag cap. We don't need that. We need max ammo. This polarity. Magazine warp. No. What is max ammo? It's not magazine capacity. It's just ammo max. Ammo drum. This mod. I can't afford this. Yes, I can. No, I can't. What do I have that goes in this polarity? Not a damn thing. Bow, bow, wow. Don't believe it. You said to let's start your hoping. No, you're better. I'm actually curious about this really quickly. You know, my own curiosity here. How good is this weapon on Kalervo? Well, that makes sense. It's Kalervo things. Oh, it doesn't group enemies super fast anymore. Oh, that's a fucking shame. This weapon used to group enemies like crazy fast. It used to basically be this, but with a worse radius and with, Well, that's really tragic. Huh. Needs multi-shot to group fast. Well, it has multi-shot. That's for darn sure. Either way, I don't think Proboscis is the play. I'm kind of thinking Bubonico. Bubonico does what I want it to do. It has Corrosive Cold. I don't really need to worry about Viral. Because... Actually, do I need to worry about Viral? This will fucking kill everything. Man, you know, I didn't need to worry about Viral before, but I do now. Reason being, I don't have the Duntida on. Do I trade the strength for that? Do I need strength? 500% crit chance idle, not including this. So... What's my base crit chance? 23? So 5... what is this? 279? 279 times 2 is, 558. 558 plus 23 is 581. So I am actually a little bit short on crit chance from 600%. So this, not mandatory, but this does put me over 600%. I could do... Modding is so tight for him. Because the next thing on the chopping block is the energy capacity, which I don't think I can realistically afford. Because if this comes out 225, it's 100 energy ability, that's more than half my energy. This is 77, that's just too tight. Do you really need 600% CC? Not at all. Not at all. This is going to level cap with fucking 200% CC. I'm just trying to rack my brain. Because I don't have viral right now, is the thing. So I could drop this. I would go under the guaranteed 600%. But I could drop this in exchange for viral. Which is also not necessary. Mod Cyotted for it. It is. Problem is it does so much fucking damage. And because it has Elec on it, which is like not coming off for a couple of reasons, I'm in between a rock and a hard place. Now the reality is I just don't need to hit 600% CC. Panzer deals damage, which fucks up the Vitrica blades. So I need the viral to be on the enemy without it taking damage, which Panzer spores deal damage. This is for the sake of like pushing it above and beyond. Which is why Bubonico... Oh! What am I talking about? Bubonico has innate viral on the AoE, does it not? Yeah, we're chilling. Corrosive viral. I forgot about that. It's like the whole reason I was like, oh, Bubonico's a great primer. Yeah, Bubonico's a great fucking primer because it has all the statuses you want. Look at that shit. Alright, some of these guys are taking damage at like the worst time. It's so awful. Yeah, no shit. Look at this shit. This fucking thing is ridiculous. I don't even know where the magnetic is coming from, but I guess it has it? No, my cat has it. And again, not even using the other shit. Yeah, okay. Just with that, we're over our threshold requirement, by the way. We only need 60 kills to be over our 600%. We have so much combo duration as well. And I don't think it matters what I put on this fucking thing. So I can just put... I mean, Crux is fine. Honestly, whatever. I don't want to do that. Crux is fine, doesn't matter. This has combo duration, doesn't it? No. It has Fortifier, which I don't need. I change this thing all the time, so whatever. This has double combo duration. This has combo duration. This guy has combo duration in the fucking passive. He gets heavy efficiency. This generates combo. Every ability he has generates combo. I just put Zada's Whisper on this guy. You don't think the glass did anything there? Let's see. Yeah, you're right. These guys are at a point where they're just fucking... we're now at a point in synergy where we're over synergizing because we just do too much. I probably don't even need to fucking prime these guys, to be honest. Yeah, I don't. Because just Electric Blast is just enough to do it. Which is sad. But also kind of funny. Why didn't they go flying that time, hey? Explain to me why they don't go flying. Kalervo 3 broken as fuck, it really is. Look at that shit. It's insane. Shit. That's ridiculous, dude. Suffering from success? Unfortunately, enemies have no HP. So there's not really a way for you to utilize the fucking builds nowadays. You did this with Nova, Adarza, Avenger, and it's just as fun, if not better. Definitely seems like it has insano potential. And now that we know what works and what doesn't work on it as well, I mean, this is fucking ridiculous. This is insane. This setup is nonsense. So let's really quickly duplicate this over to this. We're going to change a couple things about it, though. Namely, because we're using Kome, Kome can drop pretty much this and this. We're going to keep that for the combo build. In exchange, we need to build in the crit, right? Because we're missing out on that crit now. But that's all we need. We still don't need crazy crit damage. We don't need serration damage either. Nonsense. What? This song is insane. Crazy. There's like 3 things happening at once here. It feels like I'm listening to 4 songs, but at the same time, 1 song. Very much Undertale inspired, obviously. There's like a lot of Undertale going on here. Pretty sure all of these are from one of the fucking Toby Fox games. I don't even know what to put here. Genuinely, I have no idea. I love the the Sands song in the background there. I love the Sands Undertale. Love Sands. Dispatch Overdrive, I guess. I don't need that much movement speed. Especially in something like Calervo. It's always moving. Always more move speed, true. I actually wonder how this interacts. Because plus status chance doesn't work normally, which is why we don't really care too much about status chance, like Weeping Wounds. The only one that works is Proton Snap. For the explosion in particular, it's a fixed 100%. So I wonder if Conditions Perfect as a Tennokai has like some kind of interesting interaction there. Dude, this song is insane. What the there's like fucking 10 things happening here. This song is driving me insane. This is a really good song in like the weirdest way. I just do this because why not? Doesn't matter. Actually, probably does. This one, actually, I don't even know. I feel like crit damage is more important. This song is, again, the song is like 3 things going on at once. It's just like, what is happening? What is happening in my pants right now? They're getting tighter. What the fuck? What are you doing to me, step bro? I'm really curious about this Tennokai, actually. Hello. Give me Tennokai. Well. Oh, it does send a wave out. That's interesting. Hold on. We've got interesting. Right. Because Influence Blast is going to be nuts. Give me Tennokai. Give me Tennokai. Come on. There's definitely interesting things afoot there. That is ridiculous. In the best way, that is ridiculous. That's obscene. I just regular melee slammed and they died. Would you change how influence works? Yes. But I would just nerf the fact that it goes through walls, and I would nerf its range from 20 meters to 10. Realistically, if I wanted to make this perfectly balanced, I would nerf this to fucking 5 meters instead. Because it's a melee weapon, they shouldn't be reaching 20 meters, but I would nerf its ability to go through walls and obstacles. And I would probably nerf the range to 10. Now, when I say walls and obstacles, I don't mean like what they did to Irradiate. They fucking killed Irradiate and made it a bad arcane. Irradiate used to be able, keyword used to be able to chain to all of the enemies within its range. And now it literally doesn't. It's stopped by other enemies. So if I group enemies up and I have radiation on here, radiation. Actually, this is a terrible weapon for this demonstration. Well, actually, I guess it doesn't matter because I can get radiation from any source. So we'll just grab Nyx really quickly to showcase this. Yeah, because Nyx's third ability, there we go. So let me just really quickly irradiate. Yeah, okay. So let me show you like what the issue is here for irradiate, right? So if these guys are spread out and I use this on them, they don't have radiation anymore. What? Do I not have the augment? What? Chaos Sphere. Entering the range. 10 status of... Hello? Oh, these are Manics. Manics are immune to radiation. Right. Gonk stats are not. Alright, also let me get rid of this fucking cat before this cat causes me issues. Go away, growing power. You're useless. Fat pig. Alright. So, if I use this, and these guys are coated in radiation, right? If I shoot this guy, all of these guys will take the hit, right? Pretty standard stuff. They don't... I guess they take the status effects as well. Whatever, right? The problem is when I group them up like this, you would think to yourself, oh, the enemies should all get hit because they all have 10 stacks of radiation. They're all within 10 meters, right? They all should get hit here. But when I hit them, it gets blocked. Because they made it so that it doesn't pass through enemies anymore. So I can load this guy up over here, and only these front people will ever take damage. These guys are all blocked, even though they're in range. They are well within range, by the way. It doesn't matter where you aim. If I aim in the center here, right, this center guy should be able to hit everybody for sure. Even if you were to say, like, oh, this guy and that guy are more than 10 meters apart, which they're absolutely not. This guy's just not hitting these front enemies. They fucking murdered Irradiate. Irradiate is now genuinely awful. It went from being a goated secondary arcane to being... It doesn't work recursively with Blast anymore. Fair nerf. Totally understandable. It was infinite damage. Totally get rid of that. To now it doesn't fucking work at all. It's literally... They killed it for no reason. This arcane went from being the most broken, overpowered arcane in the game to being really, really good to being dead in a matter of a single fucking update. It literally 2 hotfixes is all it took for them to fucking destroy this arcane and make it awful. It's actually shocking to me how they made a decision so fucking bad. Even with Zephyr, yeah. Because guess what? It doesn't fucking hit the Zephyr tornadoes. Or sorry, it hits the Zephyr tornadoes. It doesn't bounce off of them recursively. It's so bad. That's if it hits a Zephyr tornado, not a person, by the way. They fucking ruined this arcane. It's genuinely bad now. I'm like shocked. I'm shocked. They murdered this arcane. It's so stupid. I don't have words, man. I need to rebuild this weapon again. Do I? Actually, this weapon's really strong, isn't it? I have this build. Which... This is probably nuts on this weapon. Except it doesn't have any crit damage, but that doesn't matter anymore. Crit damage doesn't fucking matter. Status chance, status duration, What's the cooking this stream? We did a Vitrica build. We did Vitrica. We made Vitrica really, really strong. Can you show some decent Cyanex build? You want to take a screenshot, try it yourself? Here, let me put like a... Let me grab, like, I'll show you how this works. Because the build for this is a little bit more... There's a little bit more going on with it here. So, basically... The thing about the Cyanex, right, is, that wasn't too bad. Yeah, honestly, that's not so bad. Well, there you go. I thought I was gonna have to do a little bit more than that. I'm not gonna lie to you. Man, Irradiate would be great on this if Irradiate wasn't dog shit. What do we have going on here? Is there anything that's worth mentioning here? Not really. The Cyanex is a really strong weapon, by the way. This weapon is nuts. Has multi-CO. I could set this up to self-prime instead of use Enervate, actually. Hold on. What if I set this up for Encumber instead of Enervate? You don't really care about the crit damage on this weapon unless you have a crit, like a flat crit damage buff. We have a much stronger DOT in exchange for weaker direct damage, which I guess makes sense. Love the Cyanex? Yeah, I do too. The Cyanex with Haro was one of the first weapons I went like nutso with. Kind of expected more status spewing. What's my status chance on this guy? Only 70. Interesting. I'm very happy, Crow. That's very cool. Very nice. Good job. Oh, this song is going to be gas too. I can tell. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. If I just did cold... Oh... And then if I just did Elec... Wait, because Elec's the best solo element for grouped enemies. That is a very good... That is very good performance. It's much better than what I was expecting, to be honest with you. Homing bullet pistol, very cool gun. Yeah, the alt fire is disgusting as well. You know what? I wonder about this. I've never really gotten an opportunity to use conjunct voltage, but I feel like if there were ever an opportunity, it'd be with a weapon like this, no? Because if I go like this, right. Alternox is good with mag, you gotta try it. Not that I don't doubt you. That sounds like a good time. It's a lot of multi-shot. That's a lot of bullet. God, nothing lives long enough. Nothing lives. How do these guys function, actually? I've had a couple interesting shaboingeries with these fellas. Fascinating. Very interesting. Huh. Huh. That's a lot of fun. Wait a minute. There's a lot of fun to be had here. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I'm really curious about something here. Hold on. That's ridiculously fun. That's so silly. Huh. Fascinating. Also, this song is also really good. Dude, this playlist decided to fucking kick it up to 100 for some reason. Fascinating. Good old elect damage. Dude, I don't know why my right side of my nose is so fucking stuffed. This is driving me nuts. It's only my right side. I don't know if I fucking snorted some fucking pollen or some shit or what. But it's my right side is just like completely fucking plugged. It's so bad. Tilt head to left. It's just gonna be on the left if I do that. That doesn't solve the problem. That only makes it fucking worse. Fascinating. Alternatively, snort cocaine. Fascinating recommendation. Take a shot every time Nev is fascinated. We'd be under the table or in the hospital. I want to squeeze blast into this, but I don't think I can. Not without a little help. Lavos or thermal transfer. That's the little help I was talking about. I need a thermal transfer. These two fucking symbols are borderline identical and it's stupid. I don't know what's going on in my chat, but I'm really happy for you guys. You guys seem to have some synergy going on there. I'm happy for you, man. That's really good stuff. I'm really curious. Well, my curiosity has been satisfied. Those who woe. You guys are an interesting lot, I'll tell you that much. What? Oh. Very, 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 Yes. I've soft locked. Alright, I've not soft locked. Thank God. Those who bro. You guys have fucking brain damage, man. Oh, interesting. Hitting the tornadoes deletes the fucking projectiles regardless of punch through. Wait, really? Hold on. I need these guys to not have overguard. Give me your overguard, please. I think all of you lost your overguard now. Yep, looks like it to me. There we go. Not really a fair trade-off, considering I get infinite damage if I don't have the fucking tornadoes. How obnoxious. Zephyr actually bad? First time in history? Yeah, look, it's way less damage. Wow. Zephyr bad first time in history. Crow, cover your ears, distant bear Victoria's Brozyme cry. First time in history, man. There's a first time for everything. It's okay, Crow. Zephyr is good with 99% of weapons in 99% of contexts in 99% of the time. This is, in fact, the one time that Zephyr is actually a nerf to the damage. The only time that I've ever seen Zephyr being a nerf to a damage. It's not even slander. Go back in the VOD. Zephyr nerfs damage for exactly one weapon and one synergy with one setup. No, not Vitrica. It'd be nice if you could use Zephyr with Vitrica, though. That'd be wonderful. But no, the Cyanax. Yeah, Zephyr bad. First time ever. I guess there's a first time for everything. Zephyr officially bad. Can't believe it, Shatters. Top 3 best Warframes. Hey, what's up, guys? In this epic video, we're going to be discussing the top 10 to 5 Warframes of all time. You don't need to delete the message. That's fine. It's fine, man. We get those all the time. That was crazy, Crow. Neurodes times 3. Zephyr Prime, Zephyr, and unmodded. He said, what did he say? Best or most interesting? What did he say? Did he say best or most interesting, chat? I not to say that I was ignoring him. He said best. Oh, top 3 best Warframes, man. I could give you my okay. When you say best Warframes, do you mean Warframes that I think are like super cool and good, or Warframes that I think are overpowered and deserve to be nerfed? Because there's a lot of frames that I think are just like objectively the best at something that like should probably be nerfed. Like, for example, Cyto 9. He just objectively is the best at like fucking like everything as far as like dealing damage. But then there's frames that I think are like they have the best gameplay, for example. Like I think there's a lot of frames who have really good gameplay in their specific niche. You know what I mean? Dante Sight Saren. I don't even think Saren needs nerfs. She's strong, but I don't think it's like, you could argue for getting some subsume stuff nerfed, like Roar. I think Roar on Saren is kind of silly, but like, you're overkilling anyways. Saren doesn't really care. Like, having or not having Roar is not going to make or break a Saren build, because it's kind of just like, build better. Uriel, nerf that motherfucker's passive. Yeah, Uriel has a really overpowered passive, but otherwise he has a great kit. He's a good frame. Like a great frame. One of the better... I think that Uriel's one of the better made frames. but you need Uriel to stop setting fire to your bullets. Yeah, he control your teammates a little bit. His fire rate is nice, but the heat damage. Nova is one of the greatest to ever fucking do it. Nova is one of the greatest frames of all time. One of the greatest, like, GOAT, best design, best gameplay, fucking useful in every mission, always good all the time. There's never a situation where I see a Nova on my team and I'm like, oh, fuck, there's a Nova. Unless I'm specifically farming loot, which even then, like, you're never gonna see her. Like even then, it's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. Like, it destroys corpses, but she speeds up time to kill so bad. So it's like, who gives a shit? It kind of neutrals out anyways. Nova speed is good. Nova speed is good. Nova slow is good. The teleport is good. The 2 is good. Do I think most abilities and helmets should be... That's crazy. That's insane. Yo. Well, I know whose messages I'm not opening now. The entire chat suck butt as competition. Another goated frame is Protea. Protea is also fucking great. Phobia is great. Fuck, all these frames with great gameplay. So many frames with good gameplay, man. Remember when this was about Kome Vitrica? I remember when this was about Kome Vitrica. Should I make a elementalist or not afflictions build? I feel like I should, right? I feel like an afflictions build is in order. Trinity, dude, Trinity's fucking awesome. I love Trinity. Love Banshee. Shut the fuck. I'm demoting you, M-Lad. You're the worst, dude. You know, M-Lad, our relationship is slowly transitioning to the same relationship that Jinxie has with his fucking mod. What's his name? The one that fucking drives him insane. Jinxie has this mod that drives him fucking nuts and pisses him off constantly and just rage baits him. That's what this is turning into, M-Lad. What? I'm scared to open. Those who touch each other. You did your first level cap yesterday and it was with Trinity? Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. My first level cap was not that cool. I was not cool enough to Trinity level cap. I did a fucking Limbo level cap back when Limbo was good. Before the fucking major fucking Overguard nerfs and subsequent shit that just ruined him forever. That's just genuinely so fucking cool. That's like one of the that's the coolest thing you've ever said, man. I hope you understand that nothing can be as cool as that. That was really that's really cool. Genuinely, from here, it's just downhill, man. Like, your life's over. You might as well just fucking give up. Pack your bags, bro. That is the coolest fucking thing you could have ever done, and you did it. Nothing cooler to be done, man. Genuinely nothing you can do. It's not your fault, man. Everybody peaks at some point, so it's okay. I forgive you. You haven't level capped in? It takes too long? Unless some banger D&B plays in the background and I play a fun setup, you don't get enough dopamine from trying to reach level cap. Level cap is dead, man. Level cap is irrelevant. It's so dead. It hurts me to say it, but I do think that level cap is objectively dead. And I think that every build that I make will always not be fun so long as it's in the context of like making good builds that are for like high level. Limbo's back with circumvent. What is circumvent? Is shield capacity, isn't it? This one. No, roll through first defense steal. I guess, but rolling puts you in and out of the void. Motherfuckers will get carried and then boast about level cap. I think that the issue, man, level cap has been so devalued as like a goal to hit. Previously, if, oh, I need to level this, I'm like, why can't I form with this fucking weapon? Or maybe it's because I need to fucking put a form in it and do something. But like, level cap has been so fucking like power crept. We're now at a point in the game where Hildren is like a good Warframe and clearing the fucking game. You know what I mean? It's so crazy that Retalius is back. It's cool to see that Retalius is back, man. I keep getting notifications of people literally just celebrating. Old content creators I haven't watched in a million years. Fucking like, holy shit, Retalius is back. Wow. It's like, yeah, me too, man. Oh, who wants to do ESO? I need to be power leveled. I just realized I was about to start without inviting it. Who wants to do ESO? You wish Warframe needed more team setups? That's what I really like about Parita. Parita is like the perfect environment for team gameplay, and it feels so good. Man, some of you are behind in chat. Gato, you're behind by like, I don't know, 2 minutes maybe? A minute, 2 minutes? But yeah, if anybody wants to play ESO, needed to lock in on Zephyr design. Wisp in this channel is like Corvex and Nova Umbrals. Here's the thing, unlike Corvex, Wisp does have a place. It's just that Wisp depends so heavily on other people for buffing her power strength for her to be good. And that good is in quotation marks because you need so much fucking investment for the equivalent of like 2 fucking mods. You know what I mean? Like, in order for Wisp to be good and to do the things that Wisp likes, you need like 500% power strength in order for Wisp to be worth using compared to like just slotting fire rate. You rated her below Hildren, still salty about it? Yeah, I think Wisp is genuinely bad. I think Wisp, or not Wisp, I think Hildren should be A tier. In the tier list, I debated a lot back and forth with chat. You guys kind of talked me into it, I think. Or I talked myself into it. I think Hildren does deserve A tier. But the thing is, it's like, it's hard to compare her to other A tier frames and say, yeah, she's as good as other A tier frames. Like, I still don't see it all the way, but I also appreciate how good Hildren is. She really is like queen of B, bottom of A, somewhere in that in-between threshold. Corvex also works, but he's still ass cheeks. Warframe at this point is just play whatever you want. Yeah. Corvex gets hard carried by a fucking augment that only exists because me and Nova bitched about it. I'm gonna fucking die on that hill. Warframe is a sandbox currently. I'll give you a spoiler, man. It's always been a sandbox for the highest levels of players. It's always been a sandbox, and it'll always be a sandbox. What the fuck? Well, I had to teleport twice? What in the fuck is happening? That's interesting. I'm helping. There's a bright bonnet here. Nice. Oh yeah, I unequipped Unairu. I no longer have the armor that I had before. Aegis Gale, Enervate, being bugged, hardcore carries Hildren. I mean, she can also snapshot range, which no other frame can do. So, like, getting reactant on Hildren for, like, relic cracking is solid. I don't think that's enough to justify making Hildren fucking, like, S tier by any means, but definitely could be worse for Hildren. I think her biggest thing is that she is just hard carried by that Aegis Scale. And it's like, Aegis Scale's not bad, but I'm also not impressed by your ability to delete a room full of enemies. Like, okay, Sight Sobek can delete an entire tile because it chains to enemies across the fucking map. What's your point, you know? Like, imagine Saren Sobek, but with wall hacks. That's just Sight Sobek, you know? And it's like Saren Sobek deletes entire fucking rooms as it is with, like, one shot. Now imagine doing it for, you know, chaining through walls. And then spawn camping the enemies because you can see them before anybody else can. You know, it's not even fucking close. Like Hildren is good, but nowhere near as good as... Oh yeah, by the way, I killed the entire tile set before you even fucking had a chance to comprehend them. Oh, don't touch that portal. What am I at? Level 18? Can I get the affinity I need off of this, like, Xmas here? This Xmas here, maybe? Nope. Level 18. Alright, we need to do 2. Man, I love getting B rank. Zaku can also snapshot. Technically, it's not a snapshot so much as it is you just hold on to the fucking buff. I'm waiting for my volt speed to kick in here. I want to see the volt speed. Because I have Warcry. So it's like, here, everybody, have all this melee speed. Oh, Warcry gives me the armor I need for Kalervo. That's funny. That's a lot of melee speed, is it not? That's kind of funny. This is a very silly amount of attack speed. How do I have so much of the damage dealt? What is this? Why? How do I have so much damage dealt, man? I'm literally shit posting with I'm meleeing, man. Man, I love NA casuals. I love NA pubs. Triple X Glam is the crit chance. Yeah, if you look at my fucking buff from the guy, I have 924% crit and 140 attack speed from the Nokko subsume. That would be why. Warcry gives armor, yeah. You need Steel Path 2.0. Start me at level 1k. Not enough. They need to do a lot more than start at level 1k. Steel Path 2.0 needs to revert back to exponential scaling. Steel Path 2.0 needs to do a couple of things. You need to revert back to exponential scaling, and you need to reintegrate the like a different health system. Like the old armor scaling, old health scaling. Like old pure exponential, just straight to the fucking ceiling, just fucking zoop, straight line up. 2 billion? No, 205 trillion health is what you need to fix this game. Yeah, 2014. Like you need to rewind the scaling way back to a completely fucking like overkill system. 105 trillion health heavy gunners with like fucking 99.59's worth of damage reduction from armor. We have so much damage that Steel Path 2.0, if you set us to old 2014 exponential scaling, I would still be able to level cap. How can you make it 200 trillion health? So it was 105 trillion effective health on corrupted heavy gunners at level cap in 2014, 2015, all the way up till I believe 2018, when they first flattened the scaling curve to be S-shaped. And this was just to address the fact that exponential scaling felt really bad for Star Chart, because the difference between a level 60 and a level 90, which was sorties at the time, was just really big. And so the casual players couldn't do sorties. Doing sortie was considered like an actual high-level activity, if you can believe it, because level 60 enemies were fairly strong, and level 100 was fairly strong. Like, you were getting one-shot, they were one-shotting, you know, they were fucking tanky, blah, blah, blah. You had to have, like, a solid build with, like, a full loadout in order to do a sortie, and it was just a little bit too hard for the average Warframe player at the time. They flattened the curve, and they made the entire game infinitely easier, which is too many runaway functions, not enough linear player progression. Bullets one-shotting you through a shield because fuck you. Yeah, like shield gate didn't exist. Invis was basically king. Stealth gas was like the only way to play. There's a lot of issues with the scaling, right? The exponential scaling system, the multipliers are out of control. It created this giant disparity where the super high level players who were able to do like super hardcore stuff, not only were they far and few between, but they were so much more powerful than the average player that like it was genuinely unfair. So they nerfed the exponential scaling to kind of flatten the top end and to make it easier to get through the low end. So what they did there is they crushed the ceiling and raised the floor. And the first 2 times they did that was already kind of really bad. But they've been doing that consistently over and over and over again. So when you crush the ceiling and you raise the floor, what you end up doing is you basically standardize gameplay. That in and of itself is not negative, right? Because if you standardize gameplay, you have the potential to kind of make things a lot more cohesive for people. You create this kind of linear progression that feels very good. When you standardize things and you smooth out the top end and the bottom end to kind of be more in line, a little bit closer together, you can potentially make the gameplay feel a lot more cohesive. But if you do that too much, which is what DE has been doing, you're now at a point where your low-level players are just as powerful as your high-level players, except the difference between them is just whether or not they know how to do the things. So, like, any low-level Timmy, I could grab them and just give them powerful tools, and they can just level cap. And if your argument is that they don't have the skills, they don't know how, they don't have the button presses, the muscle memory, that takes, like, all of 3 missions to learn and figure out. You know what I mean? So, like, the issue we're at now is that, like, these players are... It's very easy to carry somebody to level cap. It's very easy to just walk into there on accident. I know, like new bros, new players who don't even know where to farm circuits that are able to handle level 200 content. I know this because I went into Q&A chat once upon a time, or recruiting chat. I think it was recruiting or region chat. I don't remember. It was recruiting, Q&A, or region. It was one of the 3. And some new bro was like, I don't know, where do you farm circuits? And so I messaged him and I'm like, I'll help you farm circuits. Let's go grind it out right now. And while farming circuits, he was like, yeah, I can kill level 200 like it's no problem. It's really easy. Which is insane because this is an MR5 player. But then I look at his build and he's able to keep up. And he's able to survive. And he's able to kill things. And we're doing grinding at, like, level 90 territory, level 100 territory. The levels are going up, and he's perfectly fine. He's able to bullet jump very cohesively. Like, by all accounts, this is, like, a player that I would say is above average. He's not super fast. He's not move teching or crazy like that. No, it's just standard weaponry, man. Just standard fucking weaponry. Just regular shit that, like, an MR5 or 8 or whatever it is, like MR8 or something. Whatever an MR8 would have access to. Like a plasma or some shit. Or like a tenet weapon, I think it was. He was using some tenet weapon that was good. Yeah, it was that Volt. Whatever the fuck he was using. He was chill. It was like he was a new player. Level 200 content, dude. Now keep in mind, it's level 200 base path, not steel path, which is the major difference. Because enemy values are, you know, 2.5 times lower. Nev was impressed with that guy? Yeah, because he's a fucking MR8 player and he's able to handle level 200 content pretty much by himself. He had guidance, but it was like, so do other players. They have daily guidance and they can't figure shit out. His modding for a new guy was extremely impressive. Yeah, it was. And his understanding of game fundamentals was impressive. But, like, that's kind of what I mean, right? Like, I feel like even if you're, like, a cracked gamer who has, like, good mechanics, good understandings, good fundamentals, even somebody to help you, you should be able to progress in this game a lot more linearly than being MR8 or MR fucking 5 or whatever the fuck he was and being able to kill level 200. I am very sure, Raven, because we talked about it, and apparently he was playing with his brother, and his brother was a longtime Warframe player. So he got some guidance on, like, build help and, like, you know, cohesion and this, that, and the other. But it's still more along the lines of, like, he was able to do it with, like, very, very basic content. Like low-level weaponry, not having all the mods maxed out, not having stuff going on, like missing a lot of mod slots. Guidance in Warframe depends so much on the coach being good or not. That's true. There's not a single new player that I've taught that isn't better at this game than fucking 90% of the people who play it. That is true. And that's not me flexing like I'm the fucking greatest player of all time. Warframe players just suck at their game. Warframe players are just bad at Warframe. So if you teach somebody how to not play like shit, they're gonna not play like shit. I think that's the other big issue. Too many Warframe players are bad at this game. And it's because DE keeps giving them power and making them feel like they're really good. I think the entirety of Cascade Club is genuinely like kind of frauds. Not in the sense that like they haven't been to level cap, but they haven't been to real level cap, because it hasn't been real level cap since like before Incarnates. Because the weapons are so overpowered and the survivability strats are so overpowered that like most of the people in like Cascade Club who like boast about like those are the people who are like the most egocentric that I've found, that I've stumbled into. Cascade Club is like really like, I'm the greatest player in the world, I'm the smartest, you know, best fucking, I've got the biggest brain, I've got the biggest penis, I'm #1 Cascader, I'm the man. 90% of the time it's like, you've been to level cap, you got like kind of hard carried anyways, and even if you weren't getting like super hard carried, like it just kind of doesn't count nowadays. Can you elaborate on what you mean by bad player? I mean people who don't know like the fucking basics and fundamentals of this game. Like they don't know how to build, they don't know how to like use their brains when they go into content. Like, okay, I'll give an example. When you go into a mission, right? Even if you don't have that much equipment, it doesn't take that much effort to just make sure that you like know what the objective is, or like follow the objective, or like you change your build or loadout to accommodate that objective. Like let me give you an example, right? If I go over here to the star chart and I any fucking mission, right? I go to Mars and I go and I look at this capture mission. What am I going to bring to a capture mission to make it faster, to make it easier, to make it, you know, better? What am I going to bring to this capture mission? 90% of the fucking player base has one loadout that they bring to every fucking mission. And they just fucking, every single thing in the game that they've ever played is just one frame. One thing. That's all they bring. One weapon. That's all they bring. And it's like, even if you don't have a lot of weapons at your disposal, or you don't have a lot of frames, there's still like times where you play different things. You do Mirage carries to speedrun missions, right? And like some of them it makes sense, right? Like for a capture mission, it's like, oh, it makes sense to bring something like a Saren, a Mirage, a Titania, a Gauss, fucking Volt even, just because like you want to go fast through this mission, right? And then it's like, if you're gonna go instead to Spear, which is a defense mission, it makes more sense to bring something like a Frost or a fucking Sight or a Saren, actually, because, you know, nuking is always good, or like a fucking, you know, a Banshee or something defensive oriented, right? Gara makes a lot of sense. It's like the way you and I play this game, or the way most people play this game, I should say, versus the way I play this game. I say you and I as in like the majority of my watchers, my viewers, is like when we look at a mission, we think about what we're going to do in the mission. Oh, in a defense mission, I'm going to stand there and defend an objective. So I should probably bring stuff that's good for standing and defending. So stuff that's stationary, or stuff that's like, you know, I'm going to be able to move around to like all the spawn points, so I don't need to worry too much about movement speed or whatever. I'm not going to bring a fucking Atlas, right? Like, I'm not going to bring an Atlas to a defense mission. It just doesn't make sense. Titania is perfectly fine for Fisher. You want to open relics fast, there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, like, yeah, that's another example. Like, if you're doing a relic Fisher mission, right? Like, why are you going to bring anything that's not, like, Nuke Frame, Titania, Speed Frame, Gauss, Volt? Like, why are you gonna fucking bring... Like, I understand if you don't have anything, and you're literally a brand new player, and your only option is to play X-Gal. Makes perfect sense to me. Makes perfect sense. But once you get, like, 3 or 4 frames, the fact that people just don't rotate them for, like, what they're fucking playing... Like, people don't think like that. People don't have, like, loadouts built, for example. Like these loadouts that I have, that I just, like, I click on them and I just play them and I don't even think about them because, like, I have them built beforehand. People don't do this shit. People genuinely don't touch these loadouts at all. They don't touch them. Meanwhile, I've got, like, my main mission lineup up here that I swap through all the time for whenever I'm doing a specific thing. Walling off defense objective with Atlas, you're a real troll. That's about as good as you can get with Atlas, unfortunately. But, like, okay, this logic also goes a step further. Okay? Let's say I'm going into a survival mission. I'm going into Annie survival, right? Or Mott survival. Can you explain to me the fucking logic behind some idiot who brings like a fucking like a Vectis in there? Or like a fucking a Paragale, like a single target weapon? You might say, okay, maybe if they've got like an AoE oriented melee weapon, that totally makes sense, but they're not playing like that. Anytime some fucking dingleberry dipshit is gonna run into a mission like a survival or a whatever, they don't change their weaponry accordingly. Certain weapons are just better for certain missions. Like, Exterminate makes a lot more sense for me to just run around with an AoE nuke fuck everything weapon. Just fuck it, blow shit up, doesn't matter. Because I just want to kill things fast. I don't really care about, like, heavy enemies. Because there's not really going to be that many Eximus spawning, and it's not going to cut into my Exterminate time if I just ignore them. Whereas something like a defense mission, yeah, I need to have at least one thing in my arsenal to deal with them, because I have to deal with them. My mission time depends on it. You know what I mean? It, like, makes a huge difference. Because if you don't kill the heavy enemies, then the defense drags on forever. Same thing with, like, a fucking disruption mission. Where, like, okay, a Paragale makes a lot of sense to bring into a disruption because you don't really care about killing regular enemies. You only care about key-dropping enemies and fucking demolishers. So a sniper makes perfect sense because, like, yeah, whatever, you can just use whatever melee to kill key-dropping enemies. But a sniper is perfect for specifically killing demolishers. The only frame you take to any mission is citrine. She's the best for all content. Even if you're using a single target weapon, you shouldn't really get 50 kills in a survival. Yeah, that too. There's a lot of people who just don't fucking... Yeah, that too. It took me a second to realize what you're saying. That's also a major issue. Like, you guys have to remember that people view this game in this really stupid light of some things are good and some things are bad, by the way. Like, no, it's bad in the wrong context. The Batacore is a great fucking weapon. Guess what I'm not gonna do? I'm not gonna use the fucking Batacore on Titania. Then it's worthless. You know what I mean? Like, if I grab the fucking Batacore and I don't have a loadout that's specifically built to use the Batacore, or like a weapons platforming build, like of any kind at least, then it's gonna feel like shit. Yeah, Batacore on Volt probably isn't going to be the greatest weapon of all time, but guess what? Batacore on any of my weapons platforming builds is gonna be fucking cake. Batacore Saren, Batacore Zaku, Batacore fucking Banshee. Fuck, dude, this Super Vandal, this weapon is literally only good on mag. So I have it set up to only be used on mag, because it's only good on mag. And guess what? It's fucking disgusting. This weapon's ridiculous, but only on mag. That's fine. Still good, though. This weapon sucks shit. Guess what? It's great on mag. It's like Warframe players have this fucking thing in their brains where they can't comprehend the idea that, like, sometimes things are just good in, like, a specific context. It's either always good or it's always bad. And their logic is that, like, it's easier to play the game that way. I've never understood that either. It's easier to play the game worse. Taking Buzzluck to survival out of spite? Fucking go for it, dude. It's your car accident, not mine. I've never understood the idea or the concept that, like, the game is harder or easier playing it unoptimally. Like, oh, This game is impossible to play if you don't use fucking Slam Magistar, because I can't keep up with everybody else using Slam Magistar Wukong. Every game I play, there's a Slam Wukong, and I just can't play unless I do the optimal build, and I hate it. Then you suck at this fucking game, brother. The average person is not good enough to make Slam fucking Wukong that powerful. Every weapon or warframe needs to be everything by themselves. Brosime always uses that to discredit stuff. Yeah. Kuvazar Wukong genuinely didn't have a niche. That's true. That was because the AoE rework wasn't a nerf, it was a side grade. They traded ammo for potency, so AoE weapons got a massive potency buff when they were already the strongest weapons in the game, and it was supposed to be compensated for with an ammo nerf. And instead of doing that, they just fucking gave Frame access to infinite ammo Wukong. Basic build theory, these people need to go play Armored Core. I don't know, man. It's not that hard to comprehend, I feel. Do I still need Burrito Rebellions? I don't remember. Hello. Nope, I don't. Okay. That's a sad day for me. It's beautiful when a loadout comes together, everything has a place and it does its job well. Here's the thing. I don't think Brosime is an idiot, in the sense that I don't think that he's like an actually intellectually stupid person. An intellectually stupid person isn't able to, like, do the things that he does or come to the conclusions that he does. What he is he's a disinterested person who doesn't care for the finer nuance of things and only uses things at a surface level. If something isn't good in a standalone environment, like you said, then in his brain it's just not good, because there are things that are good in a standalone environment all by themselves. But when you view things through that lens, you miss out on weapons like the Exorgist, where, yeah, this weapon isn't great by itself, but this weapon has the potential to go insane with mag. So the weapon is not bad. It's just not complete by itself, and not being complete by itself is a good thing in game design, because it gives you the ability or opportunity to either make a discovery or build something that just doesn't really exist if not done the way that you do it. Which is the whole point of building. Like, if every fucking weapon you build is modded the exact same way, and it goes on the exact same frames, and you never do anything differently, you're not modding. You're not making something unique. You're not changing the way you approach things. This was the #1 complaint for melee weapons for the longest time, and it was always untrue. People always complained that you always put the same 3 mods, Blood Rush, Condition Overload, Weeping Wounds. You always put on Berserker because that was the better attack speed mod when Berserker wasn't Berserker Fury and it was just Berserker, and nothing else mattered except for range. It was always the same build, it was always the same mods. And that was true because Condition Overload was multiplicative with Pressure Point, and because Blood Rush was multiplicative with your Spit. Like, it was always the same fucking thing, right? But if you still have that argument in current year, you're just fucking wrong. Even outside of, like, the arcanes, which do make a huge impact, don't get me wrong, the weapons just have different things going on. And yes, you're still going to have sometimes similar mods shared, because these are just good fucking mods to have on. But that doesn't mean it's the same build. That doesn't mean it's the same fucking thing over and over again. If you're building shit the same exact way over and over again, the problem isn't the content. The problem is you. Like, again, these mods are here. These are good mods. They are strong, and they have a place in this build. There's a reason I have them, right? Most builds are going to have them for melee weapons, because 90% of the time, they're just going to be active and on. So most melee weapons are going to take advantage of them. Ironically enough, the Vitrica, which we just fucking built, doesn't take advantage of a couple of them, though, and so they're not there. Because look, sometimes things are different. It depends on the weapon, man. That's what I hate about people who are like, oh, it's only in this specific context, and that's why it's secretly not good. This Silva and Aegis, one of my favorite fucking weapons in the game. One of the best weapons in the game. No contest, no competition. One of my favorite fucking weapons. I've built this thing in so many different ways. And I've built it in so many different ways, utilizing the same fucking set of mods. But it's those small tweaks and those small differences that overall change how you use these weapons. It's genuinely not about, like, the mods on the weapons. It's about the context, it's about the build synergy, it's about, like, the specifics, like, if this specific mod synergizes with this specific strategy, or if it synergizes with this other thing. There's the specifics that fucking matter. They make such a huge difference. It's mind-blowing to me, man. Do you remember the 1515 mod slop that the casuals were influenced by? Yes, I do, where it was supposed to manipulate status weighting back when they didn't understand status weighting. The reason they did that was to increase their frequency of slash procs because Brozyme said to do it, because it makes you get more slash procs. But the reality is, because slash was weighted by 4x anyways, you lost DPS because you wanted the status chance. Because it didn't make a difference if you had two max rank 60/60 mods, because you got 4x the slash procs anyways. So you wanted the higher status chance for more chance at slash procs because there's a 4x weight diff. When it was changed later, that strategy made sense for some weapons and some builds, but not often. Very rarely. Most of the time, 99% of the time, you didn't want unranked 60/60 mods. You're trying to get your friends off of Overframe because them having Zephyr and B pains you. Also, you don't like being given a Ninja Ace build, but then also not an answer, never an answer when the whole setup is asked. Yeah. It's always important to visualize the spatial context of what you're doing with a given tool in a mission and not just abstractly pump stats. Unfortunately, you just fucking went against 90% of the entire Warframe community. You're now a piece of shit and you're banned. And also, if you say that on the Reddit, kill yourself. We're gonna downvote you to oblivion. We hate you. Fuck you. I have beef with Warframe's Reddit, dude. I think the Warframe Reddit is just genuinely a fucking cesspool. I have major beef with the Warframe Reddit. I think it fucking sucks. I think the people on there genuinely can't have, like, an intellectual conversation. Like, they can't perceive things outside of their own perspective or outside of their own bubble. And as soon as you say something that doesn't exist within their bubble, then, like, their entire worldview falls apart. How do you decrease menu size? You're so close to the correct word to just search it in settings. Menu scale. You don't even need to search the word scale. You just search the word menu, it shows up. Bigger number work better. Redditors are, like, frustrating. Because they seem like they can have an intellectual conversation. Because they put the words into the keyboard and then they show up on the screen. So they are typing words at you, which is far better than what the average fucking idiot drooling on TikTok is doing. Because TikTok Warframe comments only exist because the screen lickers accidentally pulled up the on-screen keyboard. Like, they didn't actually push the buttons on purpose to make the words show up. They just showed up by sheer fucking coincidence. It's monkeys and typewriters in TikTok. There's literally no brain power behind an average fucking Warframe TikTok comment. But the Warframe Redditors, they at least push the buttons on the keyboard on purpose, so it makes it seem like you can talk to them. But it's actually the same thing as the window lickers, who are just like fucking mashing their face into the screen because they saw wisp butt cheeks in the thumbnail, and they're trying to smell it through the screen because they only know that you can smell things with your nose if you see it, and that's like the only context they have for like smelling things. They don't really understand that. They haven't figured that out yet. They're just like the same equal intelligence. Like, they're on the same fucking, they're operating on the same source code. Warframe players who reside in the Reddit and Warframe players who reside in TikTok are like both equivalently stupid. And it's frustrating. I have beef with them because they're all fucking pseudo-intellectuals. They're pseudo-intellectuals. They lie about their achievements. They flex everything when there's nothing for them to flex. And it makes no sense for them to flex in the first place. They're flexing like nothing achievements that don't impress anybody. Monkey see, monkey smell. Monkey see, monkey fucking and turns their brain off. You're back? Welcome back. Chat GPT type my argument kind of vibes. 100% on TikTok. 110%. That is the meta. Is this the same Professor Disto that recently acknowledged by Reitalius? Yeah. That is very cool. I don't know what to put. Maybe attack speed for comfort? Nope, can't afford it. Maybe toxin for weight. Why not? Right? Fuck it. Toxin, sure. Toxin. Sure, why not? The TikTok ones are worse? Yeah, but they don't pretend to be smarter than they are. They just say some shit because they're just yapping. Log, aren't all of your achievements like broken? You were fangirling all morning. It's really cool to see that Reitalius acknowledged you. Maybe you guys can collab. That'd be a lot of fun. You guys both have deep voice shenanigans that you can do. I feel like you guys would be great for a collab. That'd be a lot of fun. Fuck it. Damn, this skin is cool. It's not even a skin, this is just the base Vitrica. Oh my god, the Vitrica looks cool. What the fuck? What? That's the base Vitrica? What? That is the coolest fucking weapon in the game, bro. Damn, that's cool. Your day has been made and nothing can bring you down. Guys, quick, say something that'll make Professor Disto feel bad about himself. Don't do that in my chat. Don't do that. Don't be mean to Professor Disto. He's a good Discord kitten. Bubonico. I don't want to use the fucking Bubonico. The Ultimate Vobin Guide by Professor Disto and Reitalius. Dude, I'd watch it. It's really weird to see Reitalius come back. I'll be honest with you. It's too easy to make a weapon good, but how do we make a weapon bad so you can post it on Reddit? Dude, the weapon doesn't even need to be bad. Some dude was struggling to kill level 200 with a burst in Incarnon. What do you mean make it bad? You don't need to make it bad. Just take your already good build and post it on Reddit and say, I can't kill level 200 with this. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. You know what? Log, take a screenshot of this build and post it and say, I can't kill level 200 with this build. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. And then I'll let you hover over this ribbon really quick. So here, take the screenshot first, and then tell me when it's done, and then I'll hover over the ribbon for you. Better yet, it's even better if you take a picture of your actual monitor when you do this. Like, get your phone out and take a picture of it. It's way better that way. Just lie and just say you can't fucking kill with this build. 110%, 1,000 fucking upvotes. Diabolical motion. I can't wait. I am praying. I am praying to see this build in the subreddit. I am praying. I'll laugh so fucking hard. I will genuinely, like, I will piss myself laughing. I cannot wait. Tell me when you took the... I really want... I'm so excited. I'm gonna have to get ready for work soon. God damn it. Don't use a Bane mod. You probably forgot to switch it. They're gonna see... No. What they're gonna see is they're gonna see the negative slash on the ribbon. Log got it. I cannot wait for this, dude. This is gonna be fucking peak. They're gonna see the negative slash on the ribbon, and they're gonna see the augment, and they're gonna say, I've never seen these I've never seen the Gilded Truth mod before. I don't know if it's very good. You should use Prime Shred instead. Like, peak fucking rage bait. You have to be like, I was doing a Void Cascade, and I just couldn't kill the Thraxes after I did the first step. My teammates always had to come kill them. I have any Nezha builds? I have Nezha builds. I don't like Nezha, but I have a Nezha build. Primary Crux is bad. You don't need status. Oh, dude, yes. They're gonna say because the ammo efficiency doesn't work on the thing. Yeah, they're gonna say that because the status chance doesn't work on, or the ammo efficiency doesn't work in Incarnon form, it's a bad arcane. Yeah. God. Aptitude on Burstin. Yeah. I do have aptitude on my Burstin, I believe, actually. You need to install Reddit on the phone? Fuck. Oh, the diabolical motion, dude. God damn it. Hang on, aptitude on Burstin is still better than pressure point if you're using a primer. Which I do, I always use a primer. If I'm not mistaken. Because Guncio on Burstin, let's see. God, I forgot we added a bunch of art guns. Incarnate. Oh, it's only 24%. No, you're right. Because I think 24%... Hold on, let me double check, actually. Because... So if we have... I don't know. So 0.24 times... What is it? 0.8 times 12 is 23. Is that... It's like 24% effectiveness. I think pressure or serration is better, actually. Because it's 265 versus 2304 with max priming. Well, with 12 status priming. So I actually think Serration is better. Actually, I haven't updated this in so long. I've just been using this because it kills. But I actually think that this is worse than Pressure Point or Serration. I keep saying Pressure Point. Even if you max prime, because it's 24%. I thought it was like 50, because at 50% it's still better. But 24 is like unusable. And you know what? I'm never really... You know what? Yeah, fuck it. This is bad, actually. It's a bad mod. Doesn't need to be there. Not good. I accidentally took off a second mod. What happened? What happened? You come back here. Not worth it. Not worth it. Instead, Serration is worth it. Which means I need to put one Forma in it. Do I just Omniforma? Fuck it, why not? Who knows? Maybe down the road something will change and there will be a new mod that's worth it. Who knows? Fucking Serration, baby. Yeehaw! Show a secondary build and see how upset they get you have ABD equipped over Galv Diffusion. Then they would know it's bait. Actually, wait, maybe they wouldn't if you said I got this build from a streamer. I'd never used these mods before, but he was killing with it and I wasn't. Oh, chat. Chat, hold on, I need to give you a good build. I need to give you like a Cynex build, right? Because this is like kind of just only good with mag. So you take this build, right? You screenshot this one, or you take a picture of this with your phone. You say, I got this build from a streamer. He was killing things so easily, but I can't seem to make it work. Any advice? That's the real Karma Farm bait. We're min-maxing the fucking Reddit right now, dude. We are so ahead of the curve. And then I'll here's the ribbon for you. Actually, wait, this is bait because this is the fucking build. So you don't even need the ribbon. This is the actual build. You take this build. Yeah, this is fucking goated bait. This is fucking turbo bait, man. We're getting into harassment territory. We're turbo baiting. Oh, you know what? Hang on. We need to bait a little bit harder. We're gonna do this mod. Yeah, there we go. No Bane mods. Bane mods are bad. Bane mods are stupid. You show your specific builds as well. Yeah, just here. This is like the fucking, this is the bait. Like, I don't get why it doesn't kill. I got this from a streamer and it looks good. It's the, you gotta clarify it's the Cynex, because I have it named differently. Hang on, I gotta delete these messages here, otherwise they're gonna know based on the screenshot. They're gonna analyze the screenshots and be like, this is actually the same streamer. We found the culprit. This is actually the same screenshot from the same guy. I guess my credits give it away, huh? Guys, censor my credits. You gotta anonymize me. You gotta make sure that it's top secret, man. They can't know it's me baiting the fucking Reddit to say some stupid shit. I still don't know why I have multiple Gremlins blueprints. But you know what I do have? I have 14 weapon slots, so fuck it. Why not? Redacted credits, Jeffrey Epstein credits. The Jeffrey Epstein credits. Oh my god. God, I hate Reddit. I hate Reddit with a burning passion. It makes me so happy to troll them. You don't even know. You don't even understand how happy I am to fucking troll them. Even just a little bit. A modicum of trolling makes me so fucking happy. Are you on TikTok, or do you only see what you send to the server? I only see what you guys send me in the server. I am not on TikTok. I refuse to get on TikTok. I don't even have TikTok installed. Not only do I not have TikTok installed, I don't have, like, I haven't had TikTok installed in so long. You can't. It's fucking vile. Yeah, I don't have a TikTok account. That's what I was trying to think. I don't have a TikTok account. I don't have it installed. I haven't had it installed pretty much since, like, since it blew up. Two words. Dude, this song is crazy. That's wild. Holy shit. Dude, as soon as you get here, my internet freaks the fuck out. That's crazy. Baby Wolf joins and the internet fucking dies. That's nuts. What a crazy coincidence, dude. Baby Wolf joins and the fucking internet crashes. That's wild. That's devious. Bro's fat ass sucked up all the bandwidth for a second or something. Aura farming for real. He's got aura. We entered his fucking domain expansion, bro. He fucking spoke and he sucked up all the goddamn internet. Electric heat, electric magnetic radiation, magnetic. I need cold damage on something. Ah, fuck it, I'll just run this, I guess. Why not? Whatever, doesn't matter, don't care. I'd give up, brain. I could give a fuck. So much crit chance going on here. I should probably do, like, I don't know, a different arcane. No work in Nev stream, it's a good day. True, but the stream is about to end. I have to get ready for work. I have to get ready for work. And I've been up for, I don't know, like 10 hours already. It's okay, Workday. You can just go back in time and you can watch the stream as it unfolds. And you can see the inner workings of my imagination and my madness. You can see my cranium thinking. You know what I mean? You can see, you can witness the machine churn and stuff. you can and the because you my brain is a machine that turns brain damage into brain damage. What do I care about? What is happening here? I'd rather this one, I think. Yeah, why not? Hella VOD watching. Is it morning in the States? It is 1 p.m. for me. Solo. Quick survival. Probably not with this cat. That's too late. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. So for real, man. So true, dude. You're so right, man. You're so correct. You're so real and true, man. That's real. Yeah, man. You're right. There's my alarms going off. Hold on. Leave me alone. I forgot to do oh many things. I need wall latch kills. Hello. I need to kill somebody. I need to kill somebody. Come on. There we go. More kills. Yes, more kills. Yes. Good. Damn, how many fucking wall kills do I need, bro? Holy shit. Electricity status. I can do that. Where's my, Wait. Am I using the wrong one? One of these enemies is on electrified. Okay, they died. Enemies that are 20 meters away. Okay. I think I'm using the wrong thing. I think the max range of the tendrils is 20 meters, so I'm chilling. Maybe. I actually don't know. Maybe I should just back up. Now we're good. Enemies within 10 meters. I can do that. Come here, my goodies. Cold enemies. This one. Magazine capacity. I like that one. What do I need? More melee kills. I can do airborne kills. I know how to do that. I'm good at this video game. Behold, airborne kills. Nice, I got an extra hit. GG. Enemies during wall latch. I can do that. Cool, what the fuck? Hey, this guy takes hella damage from that explosion, huh? Holy shit! Oh, Kome. You're so fucking stupid. Such a ridiculous Warframe.
No, guys, you don't understand. Komi's actually a bad Warframe because it takes so long to get her buffs.
Ugh. Rude. Enemies with headshots is so fucking cringe. Because it doesn't even work half the time. Oh, well, that one missed. Oh, stay still, you fucks. Oh, they have overguard. Fuck. Dude, fuck a headshot requirement, man. Headshot requirement is so ass. Ugh. The headshot requirement is so bad. Oh my god, I finally got it. Fuck me. That's awful. Violence is spawning. Well, that's really rude, and I don't want to deal with you. Fuck off, maybe, you fat cunt. Go away. Get primed, idiot. I love Find the Jade Eximus. I love it. It's my favorite minigame to play. Guys, where do you think the Jade Eximus is? In your ass? Me too. Bend over. Certainly not in fucking front of you. Fucking stupid ass enemy. Moonwalk. That's what I'm looking for. Alright. Last one. Last decree, I should say. I don't give a fuck about rewards. Maybe Acolyte, we'll see. Oh, my nose, dude. Fuck off. Oh, Kome gets a fucking decree. Okay, well, that's a bit unfortunate. I don't know how I got a knockdown from a heavy attack, but okay. Enemies with headshots. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Dude, I just want one fucking decree. This is like driving me nuts. Like, I want one decree challenge. This is fucking kidding me, man. They really do need to fix the headshot decree one, just not counting headshots. That's like such an issue. Out of every fucking decree challenge that she has, everybody complained about the ones that weren't problematic. Like, oh, getting wall latch kills. Like, motherfucker, you can wall latch on anything. 90% of this game is fucking wall latchable, you know? Case in point, I'm pretty sure I just wall latched on air. Alright. Time to go to work. Oh, there's Malice. I should probably kill Malice. I like forgot about this guy. Hey, buddy. Hello. Goodbye. Oh, God. Alright. Goodbye, chat. Off to work I go. Fuck. Oh, my sinuses, dude. Fuck off. Thank God I have Dayquil, bro. I would not survive. Alright. Goodbye, chat. Tell me how the Reddit post goes, log. I want you to post that shit in the Discord server, man. Alright, I'm out.